Right. All right, I think we're back live. Looks like. How about chat? All right. That's there. That's there. Pop this out to put this down here. I am. All right. We're set back up. Looks like we're no longer dropping frames. All right, so I think we're good to go. I think we're good to go. My bad, my bad, my bad, my bad. Oh, man. All right, we back, we back. Got my water too. Looks like we haven't dropped a single freaking frame since going live, which is already an improvement from the last. So we take those, we take those. Like, also, not only is my stream not hitching, but the other stream isn't hitching either. I don't know if I guess I just needed a fresh restart on my PC, which is weird because I feel like I restarted before my last stream. I even think I restarted before recording today, didn't I? For the video that's going to be releasing here soon. You know what I just realized? That's probably gonna get me fucking DMCA'd. Big ol' rips. We'll be right. If I remember right, they had to make their stuff available to use on YouTube because they have a YouTube stream, I think, for the nights, right? I think? Pretty sure? But regardless. So we got challengers this week. Oh, we might watch some challengers next week. It just kind of depends on if I'm tired after Sao Paulo, because Sao Paulo starts Monday. And you already know we're going to be watching that over here. I actually got to sit down and do my bracket. What am I missing that I feel like I should have up right? Oh, liquid PD. Not that it's as important. It's only one game. But still, it's nice to have. At least know that if I want to go look at it, it's right there. You know what I'm saying? So I think, what? Who's our other game today? OR's Esports and who? I literally just fucking saw it. The guard. Yeah, that'll definitely be a sweep. I'll be interested to see though if Oxygen can fight back here.
Themselves a series. We thought coming into this that maybe Bind would be a little bit better for Shopify Rebellion, potentially even lopsided in their favor. And even though they do win, Oxygen keeps it close. Welcome back to the Knights Arena Valorant Challenge.
Is my Twitter acting up?
One, week 2. We are in our first series of the first day of the second week. Again, it's a mouthful. So much to get out there. But looking at that first game, Tanner, I got to say I'm impressed with Oxygen.
I mean, I don't see anything, but I saw Jake Lucky tweet about it.
They do put up pretty good numbers and had the game potentially in their grasp.
Yeah, they absolutely did. You ask for a little bit more, again, on the strong side of Bind, and they don't go 6-6, and we're looking at maybe another
I think Tanner's mic is the only thing, and that was
they are
consistent before.
No stranger to. I really enjoyed their innovation, though. I'm not thrilled by the 2 times that we've seen the Yoru. I haven't been completely blown away. That's what I should say. But it just shows that, you know, they are cooking. They are working on being different, which is something that probably caught Shopify off guard, I would imagine.
And there's one thing to it, right? Is how those compositions are so uncommon to see, and they're preparing them specifically and only for this team. You are not very likely to see it from anybody else besides
Twitter
Oxygen.
broken right now.
And so it works out, and it manages to work out, but it's the same thing that we saw on Bind with the guard and this guys, and we saw on Fracture with G2 and FaZe. It is those crazy compositions, especially the ones that involve those neons, that take a little bit longer to adapt, but are also... It's not impossible to adapt, and all those teams that I mentioned, they have been able to do so as the match goes on, as the rounds goes on.
My DMs ain't working either.
That's exactly the same thing that happened
Twitter
this
broke
time
it.
around. Shopify struggling a little bit, especially in that first half. They knew exactly how to shut it down, and they did it perfectly towards the end against Oxygen.
Volume good with the broadcast, by the way, chat.
Tied in at the start of the show, where we're looking at a team that has a lot of experience, not a lot of experience together, versus a Shopify team who,
again, I know
are a lot more experienced.
Tanner's cutting it out, but it sounds like that's like a Discord thing on his end.
Adjustments needed to eventually pull off a close map win.
And another point to it as well is looking at kind of the back and forth that goes on. How surprised are you gonna be when Oxygen continues to bring a Yoru into these maps? How surprised are you gonna be when a Neon keeps being brought up? Because we saw it last week. It was a little weird to see that Yoru.
Cool.
We think it's not going to happen again. It happens again, and then it becomes a pattern, right? Even internationally, we think of teams like PaperX that have those crazy styles and compositions, and they're still getting countered because you get to see more, and you have more bots and more to study, so the results get less and less for them.
Here's the thing. I would not be surprised to see the Neon a little bit more. I feel like Neon does fit in meta a lot more, especially we're going to map 2. It's going to be Haven. I feel like Yoru does, or not Yoru, Neon does
definitely makes more
on
sense
Haven quite
on
well.
Haven, yeah.
Yoru is such a gimmick, and I don't feel like the gimmick worked. And if you don't agree, Mitch's attacking side stats would tell the story Yoru should be an agent that excels. In fact, this composition from Oxygen should have excelled on the attacking side. It didn't.
Yeah.
Both teams played pretty poorly on the attacking side. Mitch was 0-9. Homeboy could not get it going. He had an ACS of 30 the whole half. That's really bad. And that's not me singling Mitch out to be like, Mitch is terrible. It's more like, I don't see how this works. If you can only put up 28 ADR, obviously there's something going on.
Yeah.
And it's not like he had 9 first deaths in that first half. He had 2. He just was not.
He just
getting
wasn't
his foot in the
able
door
to get,
on the
able to
attacking
get
side. Now, that is the attacking side.
damage
so that's the
down,
second half,
shots
so I
in,
should put
however
an
you want to
asterisk
call
on that.
it.
But still, I am just slightly questioning the pick of the Yoru.
Yeah.
I would say, looking at this game though, it was more about the Neon and then Moose being the full hard stop counter. If you actually look, both players had really good single halves. Moose had a decent first half, but his second half
Their
is where he really
audio
came
seems
alive.
a
He was
little
16 and
scratchy,
7.
yeah.
On the opposite side, you had Pony, who was 15-8. And then the second half was 4-9. Again, it was that tale of two tapes, two players who really flip-flopped on each side, but it was Moose who was a little bit more consistent, potentially gives them that little extra edge. But Tanner, I really am just not loving the Yoru play. I don't feel like Yoru worked. It's not that the agent can't work, it's just that it hasn't yet.
Yeah.
And so I had said you get no information kind of with all of this. You have the clone, sure. We just didn't we didn't see enough of that. So to
can't let you
Oxygen,
guys.
don't reinvent the wheel. I think that's kind of where we're at now.
Well, you never know. We are going into our second map. It's going to be Haven. This is their pick. There's a world where we see something even crazier. Maybe a Phoenix comes out. You never know. I have high expectations for a bizarre pick from Oxygen, but the agent select is ready, so it's all yours. Take it away.
Thank you, Vok. Appreciate you. Oh,
Truly not. Truly not, right?
Sure. The neon, I could see it.
No, the neon I see for sure. Yeah,
Yeah.
that makes sense to me.
The Yoru.
Or
surely
anything
not.
else.
This is so. What's cool about this map? I
Putting in the milk
lurk
first, by the
potential.
way.
It kind of gives a lot of breathing room to one of my favorite players to watch, that being Moose. On the Killjoy, it's a little bit less because you're kind of constricted to the utility. But we no longer get Brimdog for 3 out of the 4 maps that Shopify are playing in the last 2 weeks. We've had Brimdog. Now we get to see him on the Jet, this is where we know this player to be so incredibly strong. So I'm very excited to see this.
This is what we're used to, right? For B-Dog on that duelist role, the one leading the charge for everybody else. And I like that they're able to mix the roles this way, right? Knowing everybody's incredibly flexible. And they said it actually on that interview last week. Everybody's so flexible that it's not that B-Dog is going to be locked into that controller role forever, even though it gave them incredible results. So it is something to keep an eye on, that B-Dog and Pony duel. The 2 Jets and the compositions that are very, very similar.
And I was impressed by Pony's rifling. I'm wondering if we're going to get to see some of that operator gunplay come out today. It's a sunny day here on Haven, but it's our second map triad, and it's Shopify, 1 map the lead. Oxygen to not go down 0-2 in their group. They have to do something here. They have to do something drastic, and it's looking like that.
It's a Haven for both of the teams that we haven't seen. We didn't get the chance to see it last week, but this one is different. And we get to see compositions that thankfully are not crazy, but the strategies here might be for the defense pushing forward and getting the first pick onto Moose.
A lot expended there for that one, though. Fault line already gone. Paranoia used as well, but they do collect the kill, so 400 credits to have a frag. I think it's a good trade. Meanwhile, Scuba just completely surrounded inside garage. B-Dog gonna get revealed, gonna get tagged up. Paranoia find a kill in response. 4 players remaining, and they're all inside
Oxygen
the garage
about to take
window.
their pistol,
Now
though.
Dazzle has to try and hang on. They got the spike planet. Flash comes out. A couple of right clicks later. 1 into the wall, 1 into the body of Pony. Unfortunately, not enough there.
There you go.
For the round win.
Start
and a
you're probably
1v3,
looking
and
for.
Oxygen, they start crazy here on defense. And to that.
Just the craziest fight going on from mid to garage for everybody to get taken down. And in the meantime, you have the sole player on that C side with that spike planted and nothing else that can be done from the crazy crossfires that we got to see. But still, good pistol round. Something that we haven't seen too much of for this out of Oxygen.
That's
And
what
a
you're
good way
wanting to
start
see
things
there to
off
start
for them.
Oxy. It's a good start
It
for the
is
boys.
A lot of questions that we have for this team, but I like the commitment. Look, they're gonna actually invest in a couple of those Vandals in the hands of Pony, in the hands of Scuba. the best players for that team that we saw last week, and everybody gonna be playing it together.
I feel like you
again.
kind of have to force
And
up
I'm
knowing
really
that
a fan of
stingers are
these
coming,
rifle
right,
buys in
Moon?
round 2 because your bonus is strong. I'm less of a fan of it when we're in stinger meta because those stingers are that much stronger when you only have 25 shield.
Bro, Moon, you keep saying that, but it's still around, man.
I feel like at that point, right,
The
you're
big
trying to go for those long range duels to make it a little bit easier. But even then, everybody, at least early on, trying to take a garage control is not gonna do exactly that. So Scuba on the other side gonna be the first one to get spotted.
And all this utility dumped out on the site. Verno and Randy Savage just having themselves a heyday
Oxygen
here
off to
on
a
the
nice
C
start
site.
here.
The spike is at their feet.
They know they got the spike,
Cloudburst
right?
separates them from it, but only 2 kills separate them from finding this round. And to go back to your point, is this one is about to get wrapped up with a nice little bow on it.
Flawless.
Nice little investor flawless there for Oxygen to get that momentum moving forward. You're exactly right, Dryad. The 2 rifles they had in this round, one was Pony.
Right.
holding
But I
A-Long,
mean,
playing that long range angle. The other was Scuba playing C-Long.
before you
holding
wouldn't
that
always
long-range
necessarily
angle
go
to
straight up to your
avoid
Vandals,
the
right,
craziness
on your
that-
second round.
That is the stinger meta.
Whereas now I feel like you kind of have to because you
But
know that
things,
stingers are coming.
at least for the set of Oxygen, right?
Instead
They
of
go
it
according to
being,
plan
like,
because of that. Just
Sheriffs.
the early control that they get early on this defensive side, though. The aggression that we've seen for them, it's something that I expect to be slowing down the more that the rounds go on and the more that Shopify gets comfortable. Maybe not for this one as it is now sheriffs in their hands. But
Correct. Yes, you are
it should
right,
be a
Moon.
lot more.
But I think you have
Even
to remember,
with the
I
full utility that
think
they
they
have for breach.
changed
It is
the patch during
something
season,
that
yeah?
the defense was able to bring to them to push forward and get that one pick. And it can do the exact same thing for Shopify.
So, I mean, if we're about to be switching it back to where
And forgive me, I
stingers
haven't
aren't
been
as big
paying
of a
the
deal,
closest
then
attention to Randy Savage's setups.
having
He's
good
obviously got
conversion on
his
those
stuff out
pistols
towards
is
City and
important.
inside garage here. I'm wondering at what point we start to see more pressure here on this B site for the Killjoy. Because obviously, unbeknownst to Shopify, they could take this B site and get that spike planted. It's a little bit harder to go anywhere else because you've got Pony on one side, Scuba on the other. It does still seem Shopify want to end up on this side of the map, though.
It seems like that setup as well for the kill.
This is gonna go 3 rounds.
We didn't see it before in Garage, but it was, the first 2 rounds. You see that
Oxygen
Garage control
whooped
early on for the side
Shopify's
of
ass
Oxygen,
on
or for the side of Shopify, as they all
Haven back
try
at
to
the
take
freeze out. Like,
more of that
bad.
map control and gives them a little bit
30
more
seconds
reactionary. I don't know if you can expect it for the future rounds, right? We usually sometimes see it towards the A side even. At least for this one, as that's where Shopify is planning to go.
Yeah, at the end of the day, they still get that spike planted. V-Dog might pay for it with his life. A shock dart and an aftershock just behind it. And,
Okay.
well, how about another? Shock dart eventually lands. Where did that shock dart go? Verno shot that so long ago, and it eventually gets the kill. I'd love to see that one back. We need that demo system to be able to see that. And now the 2 remaining, when the lights have been cut out, and so has the HP bar.
Oxygen
completely
just looks
erased
so
our
smooth
Vic
right now
and
on
Moose.
Haven, don't they? Goodness
Collect
gracious.
themselves a 3rd round. A really good start to what could be considered, well, an investor flawless, but what could be considered the weak side of Haven, Dryad, right? A lot of times we look at this map and we say it does lean attacker-sided. You can play around it a little bit more. You have more freedom. You have more space. And Oxygen don't do well on the weak side of the maps. So this is a great start to Haven.
But we haven't really seen that map being fully contested by that rifle v rifle, right? This is where it gets more interesting for the side of Shopify finally having that full buy and approaching what it looks like is going to be that C side early on. And this is where you're going to be depending so much more on B-Dog, right? We talked about this player, one of the best players from last week on the controller role. Now we get to see a little bit more of that Jet. And Oxygen is going to back up.
Yeah, the only thing I think uncleared by that Trailblazer was back platform, and that guiding light will confirm that nobody is here on the site. So, the Breeze stats. Shout out to Will Minder for giving us the stats on that one. 9% in retake on defense. Haven, not quite the same map, but maybe yielding the same results. As long as that spike is planted, Shopify should be in a good spot to deal with the round, and Vic is off to a great start.
Vic, such a flexible player. In the past first and second week now, we've seen 3 roles from him. A controller, that sentinel, that initiator, ready to do anything. But in the meantime, Rolling Thunder coming through. All about that delay for Oxygen, making it so much harder.
And that recon bolt just goes over the hills. There was a moment where it looked like that spike was going to be defused and Randy Savage would survive, but eventually falls with his teammates, and Scuba gonna head for the hills. Unfortunate recon bolt. I don't think it would have changed the round. Either way, Shopify put their first on the board.
It looks good. It looks fairly simple for the side of Shopify as well. They use just a little bit of that utility early on, forces Scuba to play back, to play for that retake in that 5v5, and playing towards long with that spike planted towards long. Shopify knew exactly what to do, and those ultimates are just gonna enable plays like that one to happen more and more. So something to keep an eye on. Though
that killjoy cry.
Oxygen here, still comfortable with his buy.
Aggression out towards mid. Name of the game once more for Oxygen. Their economy's in a great spot, so they can continue to kind of not necessarily chuck these rounds, but play aggressive in these rifle rounds, take these risks, and still be able to buy up in the next, especially with a 2-round lead to their names. Is Mata going to top his team off? He's one away from the Seekers as well. That could be huge here in this round if they get that online.
And for the set of Oxygen and that setup that the Killjoy had right now, and you were talking about it, you were asking about it, we get to see that change, this place towards that A side, where you know the fights are going to take place at some point or the other, right? When you have the two Jets loving to fight for that A long control, but this is not going to be the case, right? Everybody once again towards C. This is sight. The Oxygen seems to like to leave for the retake, and still with the player up.
And I mean, B-Dog just makes the Jet play and gets punished for it. Scuba was completely ready for another one too. This guy's 26 health. I was gonna mention that he's not in the best of positions for his team, and he needs to survive, and he's done that and more. Dryad, he finds 2 kills to his name, and sure, the spike is planted, but a 5v3? How difficult is this? Dazzle has already been noted. Backside, they're gonna try and spam him down. Moose there on the trade. Vic will find another, and a Paranoia available here in a 1v2. Both players blinded up by that one. Alarm bot goes down. Spike still planted for the garage, though, and through the wall, the bullets go. I don't even think Randy Savage
Oxygen
was
just seems to
spotted.
have a really
They
good
find that
grip
kill
on
onto
Haven,
Vic.
don't they?
Oxygen will find a 4th.
They just seem to be in
Losing
a
that
flow.
one player early on makes it so much more difficult for Shopify. Like you said, it was a 3v5, and they had to play on site. Where, I mean, for Oxygen, it becomes so predictable to know where the Shopify squad is going to be positioned at. It gets close, but still Oxygen with a pretty good lead here, 4-1. A couple ultimates, I believe a lockdown now is going to be available for them, so
All right.
the setup that we've seen for this Killjoy, where we got to see in the A side, is not gonna need to be there anymore, right? You have a lockdown, you have way more utility to invest than what Shopify is gonna have.
Not currently.
All eyes on the pony up here.
Maybe after dinner.
Atop the B site.
I can jump in
It's
there.
absolutely nothing here. Floating Killjoy setup
Food's
as
just
well,
about
though.
done.
Allows for a lot of mobility from Randy Savage to help out B, A, or C and not get out of range of that utility as the Owl drone does good to spot this information inside A short, and Mata just going to trade some info back.
It is the first time that we see a fight for A long, and Oxygen, you're not really interested in it. You're going to play far back, and this is exactly what he talked about, right? They changed the Killjoy utility. They know there's going to be a lockdown available, so they can just leave it. Try to get maybe an early contact, maybe an early kill, and if it doesn't happen, you get to see the ultimate coming in next.
That's unfortunate. Verno getting caught with his
everybody
util out. Toss up the first shock dart, found some damage. A second one.
Got your trail.
Get some on Tamata. Seekers out, and Scuba. All this space he's gained. Now he's looking to make a play with it. 2 players
Ooh.
spotted just behind the box. Does he know the second
No,
one's
he
there?
doesn't
Shrouded
know.
step
No.
to cross the
Oh,
stinger
no.
at his back.
Oh, that's
Moose
so
gonna run him
tough.
down, trample him here in the stampede. Caught up with Scuba.
Unfortunate,
Oxygen.
man.
Oh.
That's coming in.
Oh, just gonna refuse. And now Oxygen nothing.
Just like that? Okay.
All right. Their retakes. I talked about the percentages. Not great. But if Shopify just give the round to them, hey, that number's going to shoot. It's going to skyrocket. That feels great.
A little bit of a mistiming, right? For the ultimate to come through for the Rolling Thunder, and where everybody for Oxygen were positioned. I didn't even hear that.
Oh, I just realized I never
happened,
posted.
to be honest, so it might have been just a lot going on, but hey, Oxygen is gonna take it now with an operator. It just gets better and better for the defense.
And Shopify trying to go back to full reliable. Hey, let's hit C and hope they try and retake it. The first time they did it, it worked, but it was a 5v5 in the retake. Actually, a 5v4 because Vic found an early kill. The next time it was a 3v5 and they don't win the round.
So you think they're gonna try and go garage?
Shopify.
Otherwise,
they
there's
flower
so
a little
much
bit
killjoy
more, fish out of
utility here.
water. And they let that one slip, but it is just noise at the start of this round.
Nothing more, right? The fours and the buys have been pretty rough for the side of Shopify. The push as well gets slowed down. The Sheriff gets that killjoy and also shuts down all the utility that was positioned towards B site. There's still a Rolling Thunder though for this defense.
Oh,
Good flash.
So close.
And an even better kill. No way, Mata. Two kills on the round, single-handedly bringing this one in favor. Up shot.
where'd that bullet go?
Land, but Shopify in the driver's seat here in round 7.
Seconds left.
Now there's the attacking side, right? With an operator. Because Pony wanted to play it so close, not really expecting a push to hit on Garage at that time. Scuba with the timing. Vic goes down.
And they know that there's players here on the A site. They still want to hit it, though. Mitch and Verno are happy. Open arms here, welcoming Shopify right into their crosshairs. And Verno cuts them all down. 2 for 2 we go between the initiators. And Oxygen, a beautiful round to find a 6. Shopify have no answer here to this defense.
And Oxygen is just making it look so clean. It's fairly simple, everything that is
Like,
being
they're literally
executed.
making this
But
look
the
clean,
early
though.
advantage is 3-round advantages, and the kills that they got were everything to give them that lockdown that secured the last round, and now to give them that Rolling Thunder for that late hit that Shopify wanted to bring to them. So finally, we get to see a Shopify timeout coming through. And I don't think this is what
I'm actually going to turn off my
anybody was
webcam real
expecting,
quick,
right?
chat white.
We haven't seen Haven. We didn't get to see it for Shopify or Oxygen last week. But on the attacking side, on Haven, and it is Shopify Rebellion, right? You expect them to start to fight back now.
And we've gone from... shout out production, by the way, for giving us this screen right here. And so that way we're able to see kind of how the rounds played out, but also get our ult economy going into this one. I know there were some mentions on the rumor mill about having this worked in. So shout out production for giving us that information to take a peek at what is available during this timeout so we can kind of collect our thoughts and get a general idea. But we've gone from B-Dog to Brim Dog to Bad Dog to Bait Dog. Unfortunately, B-Dog has not had a whole lot to get done here. He's dashed onto the site and he's died for his
6,
team.
man. Jeez
Unfortunately, in doing so, they've only mustered up 1 round. So hopefully change is made coming out of this timeout and maybe they go a little bit faster. It is seemingly that way, but Pony's here with an op.
And this is scary to deal with. And it's gonna be the operator actually managing to make it work out. They know one player is gonna be stuck towards that right side, and should be easy.
Wait, what? Excuse me?
Did he even see Dazzle? Doesn't matter. Breach down. If it was a big round for Shopify as well. They haven't gone for the A hit. It's only been late. It's only been that reactionary rotation that had to take place, but they go for it early on and they get punished immediately.
Wow.
And now you have Mata and B-Dog. So you can work together. Like you said, B-Dog having so much difficulty so far in this map.
Didn't mean to do that.
And it doesn't get any easier here in round 8, right? They still have Killjoy utility to worry about. They still have 5 players, obviously, to worry about. So a 2v5, and they're going to be completely crunched on the site here. They have to try and fight forward, and I believe they're stunned up. Here comes the backstab. It's 2 players behind. As Scuba finds the first. Another beautiful reveal. And
7 to 1.
Although the kills did not go the way of Verno, this was his round. A beautiful, I believe it was a drone that spotted Dazzle in the corner, allowed Pony to find that wallbang after finding his first op kill, and then the recon
Are we
bolt
going
there
for
for
closer?
some extra
With
spam.
Sen?
I mean, this is just insane.
Going to a Sen.
And nothing murders your momentum like taking a timeout, wanting to go fast, and gambling the wrong site to hit quickly, and you gamble into Pony op, right? Nothing kills momentum more than that. Shopify have to be feeling so down right now.
It was just a good read as well. You know the A hit is just meant to take place, and it had to be after that timeout, right? So Oxygen knowing exactly how to deal against the Shopify side here on Haven, and B-Dog is gonna go for the same entry. It's not gonna clear the left side though. Too many deals to take care of.
Oxygen just might actually pull us off.
B-Dog makes it work. Okay, this right here is salvageable.
I'm not seeing much on Shopify for Ascent.
B-Dog finally gets on the board, finds his first
Oxygen's
kill. Couldn't quite capitalize on that
normally pretty
paranoia.
decent on it.
Or, excuse me, Scuba couldn't capitalize on that.
Yeah.
And now the Seekers are out. They have all the information, and in this retake, sure, it's Verno. He finds another tag. I don't know if there's going to be any answer behind it. Recon Bolt comes out as well. But look at the operator push this forward. No way Pony's allowed to do that, Verno. Now left on his lonesome. Moose down long. Verno with 30 HP. And a dream here in this, but Moose is on the angle, and it only took a body shot. But damn, did it look doable for Oxygen for a second. But Shopify make them eat their words.
There's so much information. You said it last round, right? Verno having a crazy impact so far. 8 assists and counting. Time after time. Trying to get that support, though. This time around, the numbers were just
If
not
we were to
on
do a
Oxygen
top
and
5,
Shopify.
or not top 5, if we were to do a power
The
ranking for
C
any
hit that I feel like
challengers,
it's more likely
how high
for
should we
us
do?
to see
Top
again
5,
rather
top
than
4,
not.
top
But
8?
B-Dog is the one going in first, and that is the difference between this round that worked out for them and the one that we saw a couple rounds ago, right? Where B-Dog was going in, but nobody could be saved because of that paranoia that connected with Scuba. This time around, it doesn't connect. And so a couple trades make sure that Shopify is going to have the advantage. A timeout for Oxygen right after the last one from Shopify, right? This is what we were talking about. They're not going to have any hesitation to hit those timeouts when they feel like it's needed.
Yeah, a team like you mentioned on Bind, right? You're talking about their last week where even ahead, they will call these timeouts. They will take that extra time to figure out how they want to. They've been incredibly versatile on this map just alone. Imagine what it looks like after taking a timeout and giving some extra space to think about how they want to set up on these sites. I will say that this default defense, it has looked like Pony out towards A, Scuba out towards B in playing those long angles. But I mean, we're immediately seeing a changeup. And with that timeout, Oxygen, they take it and they say, we know Shopify uses timeout to their benefit as well. And they're probably going to try and slam A. So they stack 4 players here and look to play aggressive.
And look at that, even for the set of Oxygen, they adapt. They're going to have the Killjoy utility on that C side instead. They know there hasn't been too much going on that A side, and it's been perfectly shut down. So B is going to be the way to go.
And a beautiful alarm bot. Nothing behind it. Just the alarm bot and the vulnerability is enough for Vic, or excuse me, for Verno to find that kill onto Vic.
Just making it look so clean. One thing to mention, we got to see it for a second, right? Moves with the operator here, the Killjoy. Gonna have to change. Everybody's gonna be playing up close instead with that lockdown going down, and numbers trying to benefit this out of Oxygen, pushing with all these utilities. So difficult.
No, a Moose with an operator. Unfortunately, Randy Savage just a bit better. A beautiful lockdown. It bought so much time, and now Oxygen are running out of it. They're forced to just try and make the play, and look at this. They are. Scuba just hops his way on in. He's going to try and stick it. It goes halfway. Dazzle, unfortunately, could not close it out, and Scuba does it once more for his squad. Oxygen now to 8.
For Shopify, all these post plans, they felt so uncomfortable, right, for them to deal with. And again, this is not something that they had to deal with last week. All, if not, you know, most of the rounds that went down that they took advantage of on the attacking side, no matter the map, were just all the kills that were going down for them.
Oh,
yeah. The post plan is a challenge that they now are learning to face against Oxygen, and it is so difficult. When you're down 3 rounds early on, and then you're struggling with that economy, the post plan is not gonna really help you out.
So we're definitely seeing 3 maps here.
They're going for the same thing that they went in the piston round, going for Garage. A couple of the players there get spotted by Randy Savage, goes down.
Yeah, that hero rifle coming in huge. Put that in the hands of B-Dog. He's starting to find some value. And Shopify are 1 for 1. When B-Dog gets his 1, they have won the round. That was a whole lot of 1s. B-Dog eventually going to be answered, but Mana with the Sheriff, a scary member of Shopify, and he still proves that and taking down Mitch as the aftershock will allow for the spike plant. But once more, this retake, a player down or oxygen, and they're trying to do it again with the
They
operator.
technically have the HP advantage, though, right?
You know everybody's going to be playing up close with those guns as well. With both of the nanoswarms already invested, it's going to be the fight coming to them. 3v2 though, but the sheriff seemed to be enough. Pony, the last one.
No charges left.
He's going for it. Pony wants it. He picks up a rifle here. 56 HP.
Oh, Pony!
Tries to play the swing. We'll find a kill onto Moose. Now expecting one inside garage, but it's planted for long. Nobody backside. The tap on the spike with 6 bullets. The jump peek was spotted. Dazzle, what do you have to work with? There's no utility for the breach.
Oh,
and that spike is
had
gone
the
halfway.
right idea to
Fortunately,
try and
Dazzle
stick it
has
for
good
half and
timing
then
to
wait,
find a kill
but-
onto Pony. And it's an
Damn.
eBay thrifty. And Shopify will fight for their third.
And so much faster, but it took the exact same thing that Shopify was doing in that pistol round, going for that garage control and trying to shut it down from there with the early picks. What is the problem that if that killjoy really gets placed there? That is what was getting anchoring that hesitation for them before, and it seems like Oxygen, they're not going to doubt to bring it once again. Lockdown available. And Scuba, the one that could make that early contact.
Scuba Steve!
The buy is so rough here, though, for Oxygen. You mentioned Scuba. He's only got a stinger. Oh, and B-Dog, no way, goes up and over the blind and gets absolutely nothing. Scuba cuts him down with the stinger of the blades. A bit too dull. And Oxygen off to a great start here, searching for that 9-3. And it gets a whole lot better. No, it doesn't. Pony lets it slip. He takes no damage and he backs away.
Pony having to run away, manages to do so safely. No damage taken as the Seekers come out. They're expecting to catch somebody up close, but at least it forces the defense to back up. As once again, trying to react a little bit more. The spike approaches that A site.
Over here.
But this is not where Shopify wants to end up with. They have
Bro, we haven't
better
dropped a
rifles.
single
They
frame
should
since
be
I
winning
restarted.
this
I don't know
round.
what was going on my
They
PC
already lost
before.
B-Dog.
That was really strange. I'm not sure what it was.
Look at the defenders. They're all A. Everybody rotates that way and they give up
We're
the
all
site.
good now, though, baby.
There's a Rolling Thunder, though, for this retake.
Spike.
They have to be ready for this, right? The play here
Yeah.
for Shopify, somebody has to push aggressive to try and cut numbers down. And it's not somebody, it's 3 people playing an aggressive angle inside garage, hoping to catch somebody off guard. And that somebody's going to be Scuba. Can't quite find his one. Fault line comes through. As you mentioned, Rolling Thunder, lockdown still available. Heaps of utility in both ults going to be used. The spike is planted for long as Randy Savage collects another. Pony with the rifle finds one on Tamada. Now only 2 remain to try and hang on here. Aftershock available, but won't be used here in this round. There's just, you can't use it to
Yeah, nothing
anything.
to do,
Dazzle
man. Yo,
sprays down
Oxygen
2,
is
but
so
too many remain
good
for Oxygen.
on Haven,
The time
bro.
is just enough once more. 9-3.
That's insane.
Triad.
They
A
look really, really good
familiar
on this.
scoreline
So
with this
pleased.
Oxygen squad, but anything is possible in the second half.
Not the 9-3. I'm telling you, all these stingers, the stinger meta is... It's just insane to watch. The amount of 9-3s that we've had so far. And that was only last week. It seems like this week we're going and approaching a similar path. So we don't know how many of those can turn into a full comeback. Which, if you're on the side of the side of Shopify, that is exactly what you're hoping for, because this attacking side gave them nothing to work with. It was just 3 rounds where they pushed Garage, where they pushed that C site, and still, in so many of those, it was B-Dog going down, right? Only one where he managed to stay alive. So you're hoping things change around for Shopify. You're expecting a little bit more of that A presence. If you're on the side of Oxygen, it's just something that we're used to seeing right at this level
Was that
with the 2 jets.
too high anyways?
But it is the complete opposite
I think that would have
now.
been too high anyways, right?
Slow down, playing that default. Trying to find some picks. And Shopify as well.
What do you think, chat? Does
Actively
Shopify
going
make
for that
this a game at
information,
all,
but
or is this
They haven't gotten anything.
pretty quickly going over to Ascent for game 3?
And this is a
map
very
3?
familiar setup, too. For
Whatever you wanna
Shopify,
call it.
right? Killjoy utility out towards B. The alarm bot
I'm
inside
thinking.
garage.
I
We
think
have
this
Jet
is. I
playing.
think. I think
The
this
human
is
turret, unfortunately, the human turret
going the
has
way we think it is.
1 health. That's a little less than what the Killjoy turret would have. Meanwhile, though,
Nice
Randy
crossfire.
Savage, yeah, trying to play the lurk. Was hoping
I
to
think
play
that's
the
Oxygen.
length of this map, but gets
Gonna
punished
wrap
for
us
it.
up quickly.
Nice
pushing very quickly to gather onto
And you know
C.
there's always a push coming in from there. So Oxygen, gonna get that spike planted. And Scuba, in the meantime, pushing forward. Same thing that Shopify was doing. Is gonna actually go for the backup.
B-Dog literally is sitting on
goodness,
1
look at
HP
the
and a
health
drip.
bars.
Wow.
Holy,
No
just
longer.
random bullets going anywhere, and Shopify,
Wow.
they cannot stay standing as Oxygen steal away the pistol and find double digits.
I got
And taking
you.
that fight
Just,
right to
you
the
know,
face of
from afar.
Shopify. As this looks more and more difficult for the defensive side. They needed that pistol round and they just didn't deliver. Taking that fight to them, making it so much easier for Oxygen, especially when you have Pony and Verno working together so well, right? Constantly. Managing to get those frags. Can the Stingers do it now? You have Vandals, you have Phantoms. I mean,
Blocking sight. Spike down
Marshall
A.
could also be enough.
Yeah, okay. The little brother to the operator, which we know that on defense, B-Dog would be happy to have one of those operators in his hand. Could find quite a bit more value for his team. But he gets his one. And I'm going to say it again. I think they're 100% every time B-Dog gets his one. Shopify win the round. It's obviously a stupid
As
stat,
long
and
as
it only
B-Dog
pertains
gets
here
his,
on
You
huh?
Oxygen.
should wait for this
As
round
long as
before saying
B-Dog
that.
gets his.
But
Maybe.
I'm
That's
giving
funny.
the Shopify fans hope that there is a 10-3 curse.
If not, then it's your fault. That's on you. If they don't win this
Please.
round.
Fortunately, I don't go on Reddit, so keep the hate on Reddit if it's going anywhere. I'm sorry if I cursed your team, Shopify.
He said keep the hate on Reddit. Not like this, my guy.
This is not
No.
something that you saw for Shopify, right? On this attacking side, completely cutting down the noise. The guiding lights are getting
30
no
seconds
information for Mata. And they're gonna go for the C hit again. Vic having to back out.
No
Pony
charges
taking
left.
good damage, though. This jet on top of the C-box, it hasn't really been working. We saw B-Dog get punished doing that same thing. Now we see Pony getting taken
the
low. So
spike down.
3.5 members alive here for Oxygen. Paranoia finds nothing in the aftershock.
Trying to
Again,
scoop.
there it
Ooh.
is. Vic's damage, so the assist comes through. Moose also picks one up
Player
with the
standing.
turret.
No
as the last
way.
rifle falls, and, well, Scuba, what do you got, buddy? A Spectre from long range, 4 players to worry about, and they're ready on the
Oh,
angle.
dink.
Marshall shot goes wide, and you would
That's all
think
you
the
get, though.
Spectre's burst fire, the way he's shooting it, but it doesn't
Yeah.
matter at the end of the day. A rifle
Nice
picked
shot,
up
though.
in the hands of Mata.
Can't be mad at it.
Scuba, and a 4th for Shopify.
There were a couple of those rifles now that Shopify is able to get in their hands, stolen for Oxygen and managing to get that 4th round, but still a long way to go. And this is so scary for any of the two teams, right? Talking about the expectations that everybody has, knowing that Oxygen already went through the 9-3 and turned into a map loss last week. Twice, by the way. And then for Shopify, everybody placing that team, this team's so high up. Very similar to what we
Hey,
were
my
seeing from
tweet
M80
can
last
finally
week,
go
where
through. Let's
they
go.
lose a map and you're questioning kind of what is going on. Because it's been very, very rough, but small steps, round by round, that they have to take here on this defensive side. And I like what they're doing, right? They're being so proactive with that utility to get information, to try to spot Oxygen, but Oxygen is just playing it so slow, especially with the shifts.
Yeah, a lot of respect in this round. I mean, just as much as we saw in the last round. I think Oxygen were expecting a desperation play from Shopify, and it wasn't quite a desperation play. The retake ended up being perfect, but they're expecting that same thing. Maybe a bit of aggression,
Spike down.
hoping to catch somebody off guard, get these rifles back in their hands, but it has not been the case thus far as Pony and Scuba, they say sayonara.
Well, let
at the start of this
Shopify
one.
back in
Verno
the door a little bit.
almost meeting that same fate, but he walks away
Maybe?
with 11 HP.
Nope.
This Bulldog from Dazzle takes a bite out of Mitch. And now if you're Oxygen, you can hope to do some economic damage. Granny Savage gets spotted. Getting that spike down would be pretty darn good, too. It does seem that might be the case. We'll see how aggressive Shopify want to go here.
30 seconds
This
left.
should just be a swift finish to this one. Yep, there it is. Good kill from Heaven on to Verno. An investor flawless for Shopify. And it's another brick. It's another tile. It's another 1 foot in this 1 foot at a time, or 1 step at a time for Shopify.
The buy is still not ideal for
Oh,
some
is that
Shopify,
something new
but
from the
this is
patch
still the
notes?
confidence
Moon.
boost that they need, right? And the one that they've been looking for so long. Once you're able, and you talked about it, right? Once you're
About the
able to
one-ways?
put B-Dog with that operator, it feels like it is so much easier to make a comeback happen. He's going to be holding those angles and actually playing aggressive this time around towards C, where Oxygen is not planning on going, but there's good opportunities as well with the Killjoy utility for that delay to position that Jet to do a little bit more.
And the A site not quite open for business, but only one person home. Fortunately, that Killjoy utility gonna work in way of helping hands here on the site to try and hold on. Meanwhile, the rotations are
okay.
here, but it doesn't matter. Moose and Mata
3?
dealt with.
Oh, yeah.
Dazzle
Okay,
also
this is
falls,
Oxygen's round.
And, I mean, if you blinked, you missed it. It's only the operator that we mentioned. The gamble out towards the A site, hoping the op would not be there, was the right call. And B-Dog, B-Dog's got to tuck away. He's got to hide back
okay,
in the
okay.
alley. Wherever he can go, he has to hang on to this operator. It's pertinent that he does not die here.
An operator that you want to keep in. You want to be on the right side. You want to be where that fight is taking place. Unfortunately, though, for the side of Shopify, that was not the round for B-Dog. But the delay, though, everything went according to plan. It was just Oxygen managing to get into sight just faster when you have that Jet, when you have that dash all the way on top. And then you see everybody going down for Shopify.
And Moose definitely hoping to do a bit more with this setup that he had. Unfortunately, just falls short. And Oxygen finding 11th. Now, this is looking
rounds
good.
away.
Again, for Oxygen. 2 rounds away. Still a buy. Still an operator for Shopify. And again, to kind of sprinkle hope on this, the 9-3 rounds for Oxygen did go the distance. They did end up 9-3 on both sides and eventually
Shopify
go to
timeout.
overtime. It wasn't like Oxygen just lost the maps after going 9-3. It was pushed all the way to overtime. So
Yeah.
although they only have 2 more, there is a world where Shopify string together 7 and trading the next 1 and pushing us to an overtime here. And this timeout, the final timeout, mind you, for Shopify here in regulation, it could be that key to the 7 rounds that I'm talking about.
Yeah, and if you're a fan of the setup Oxygen, right? It's knowing that this 9-3 that happened last week, they turn into a pistol round 1 for the enemy team, right? And that wasn't the case this time around. Now they have 11, they have a big lead. But I think if you're one of these players, right, if you're on the side of this team, you definitely gotta be nervous, even if you see the score. And I think you've said it before, seeing those 11 rounds, you're never sure. You can never give that game the 1 or that map 1 for that team. You need to get a little bit closer, especially for Oxygen that seem to need to keep that confidence up, especially after the Shopify timeout. The adaptation has to be perfect. You're gonna have B-Dog. Now on the defense, going for this B site. Might be able to get an early pick, and Shopify absolutely need it.
And it's seemingly the right call. Oxygen leaning out this direction. In the crosshair, we see it. Is there a flash behind it? And are they expecting more? No, the shot misses from B-Dog. Uncharacteristic, but 68 HP might be enough for him to look to take another instead. He'll use that tailwind to get to safety. His Pony uses one of his own.
That would have almost been
assumed the
sick.
top box position
Almost been sick.
here on the B site, and Verno's going to be allowed to plant. I say allowed. No, the aftershock misses. It goes wide. And just like that, Oxygen in the driver's seat here in the post.
Here.
The B side, once again, lockdown is going to be available, though there's going to be 1 pick going in. Look at this rotation in the meantime that Randy Savage is trying to take.
Run.
Is he going to push forward? The lockdown going to get activated here. Not going to go in even further. Yeah.
There's just nothing you can do. A lockdown is coming. They tried to get the spike halfway before that, but the aftershock denied that, and now they're just out of time.
Yep.
Shopify,
Just back
they
me
have
up.
to just concede map point round here. They have to
I mean,
get
at
12
least they get to
Oxygen.
save their couple rivals, but that doesn't fucking matter. I mean, at least you keep your op, I guess.
And B-Dog
I don't
finally
know.
managing to get some value out of
Kinda
the
fuckered
operator,
here,
but not
really.
where you want it. The read was good. It was going to be B. It was going to be some of the players getting information towards mid, but the kill's not quite connecting. It is just so devastating, right? When you're having all these conversations around B-Dog, but this time around not
Placing swarm grenade.
being enough for Shopify, though. For Oxygen, the changes as well, looking good. One more round going to be needed to close it out. Pony, I mean, that ultimate as well. An A hit potentially coming through.
Pony likes to go fast, galloping his way out towards A long, met by a dark cover though, so will be slowed down. Shopify gonna pull the reins just a bit and stop that Jet from going any further forward, but a really good tell there from that Trailblazer, right? Omen's on this side of the map. A or B is probably the way that they want to lean, just in way of the smokes being able to reach, and we can obviously see that Oxygen are heavily postured on that front foot out towards the A site. The guiding light also for some extra information.
They're really set up though along A long. My
now they need to find the
goodness.
kills behind it.
You have time to back down if you want.
Aim there from Dazzle. Mata can look to play aggressive here. Pony just about to be sat down, and there it is. B-Dog, glass cannon here with the operator in this round, and he's good for
They
his
got
one.
B though.
It's good. I mean,
Got the
smoke
Killjoy
is
on
no
site.
longer there. Can go for that combination with the guiding light and get the numbers in a 5v3. Oxygen now fighting
Is
to close
Verno
it out.
gonna?
And the whole time, Randy was getting information. Knew that the Killjoy utility was there, and that spike's still
30
gonna be
seconds
planted.
left.
Didn't know about this though.
Not like this.
Shopify fans, you love to see it. Quickly closing out that round, taking minimal damage, really across the board. It will be eventually
5
called
left
out as
standing.
the investor flawless there. And now they have to do it again. We said brick by brick before, and it really is just that. This time, though, there's no wiggle room, unfortunately. They have to be perfect for the next 6 rounds. I don't know, Oxygen look good on this attack here on Haven, Dryad.
Yeah. So I do get a lot of confidence for Shopify, but maybe you need 2 more rounds. You really need to break that economy, and for this round, that is not going to be the case. Especially with a setup that you can't really replicate as much. For the one that we saw in Oxygen on that A side, yeah, nobody's going to be there. That means the defense is going to push up.
Shadows traveling.
And although it's aggressive, kind of scary for Shopify to do this, this is the play, right? You have to
That's
take
what they
this
did,
space.
right? That's what they
Yeah.
did last round. They went for that aggression. They used that guiding light so well. They were able to combine that utility. And yeah, like you said, it's so risky. But it is what is working out. So you're gonna go for it just for longer. A Rolling Thunder is also gonna be
I
available.
feel like
for
I've kind
Dazzle.
of gotten quiet, but that's okay with
So it
watch
seems
parties,
like the
right?
tools are there to keep Shopify alive this round.
Since we're just kind of hanging out watching.
And rats, the lot of you. That's the call
I just
right
realized
now.
I was
That
sitting here, I was like, oh,
Trailblazer from
shit.
Mata spots them in their spawn. So they know that Oxygen are just waiting for some aggression. And fortunately, Shopify, better to it, right? Privy to it. So they're not going to give that up just yet.
But you also know, because of the Trailblazer, that Mata was pushing forward, and because of that, he has to back up.
30 seconds left.
So information for information all ends up on this B side again.
And unfortunately for Shopify, there is no stall potential here. Once that
These are
spike is
Rolling Thunder.
planted, it will
Yeah.
be planted. Okay,
The
never mind.
lightning
Aftershock
and
coming
the
from short.
thunder.
Or, excuse me, Rolling Thunder from short. That'll slow things down for a second. Now the defense is
10
here.
seconds
Can they
left.
delay for a bit longer? 9 seconds, but the spike gets planted. B-Dog will find one with that. Trust the operator in hand. Can't pick up the next, though. And Mitch is going to try and fight his way off the site with 30 HP. He wants to go back in duel, but he's spammed out and taken down. Now Verno and Scuba left to try and close out the round. Left to try and close out the game. As Vic will ult for information, Scuba pushes through the ceiling. Has a smoke in 5 seconds. A shrouded step to work with. Dazzle got a flashback sight, and Dazzle's running out of time. He'll hop onto the spike. Scuba's on the swing and closes us out. The eBay clutch for the Omen of Oxygen and the 13-6 here on Haven.
Scuba, one of the best players that we had last week, and is going to continue to do so. Good clutch as well to close it out. And to allow this sort of Oxygen to breathe, right? After to see that 9-3 score. Now you turn it into a map win, and you take it step by step against Shopify, right? And it was a match a lot of people were
GG,
expecting
what
to
up,
be
Oogie?
2-0,
Ain't
but it's
nobody.
going the distance.
It's going
to 3,
the distance.
baby.
You said it at the start of the day, Dryad, as we look back at our eBay replays of the map, that this series is the one we're expecting to be the closest of the two. Now, we got a close affair on Bind.
Yeah.
This map, however, still proves to be a really strong map for Oxygen on both sides of it. This is a statement game made against one of the best teams, if not the best team in their group. And moving forward, no matter how this series ends up, you have to be terrified of Oxygen on Haven, right? This is a map that is very scary if it makes it through picks and bans for the rest of the weeks to come for this Oxygen squad.
And it looked good. It looked good from beginning to end. We saw a lot of that aggression in some of those rounds coming through, but a really good read overall into what Shopify were planning on doing. And Shopify couldn't ever feel comfortable when we saw that first half. It was round after round where Oxygen was having a good read. They were getting taken down. I feel like one big key as well, a big condition that Shopify was hoping was going to deliver was B-Dog on that jet. And it just unfortunately didn't happen. It was very much at the end where we saw B-Dog finally comfortable with that operator and was a little too late for that.
A little too late. I don't know if it actually, I think that last round kind of cuts my stat that I had of B-Dog getting his one and Shopify winning the round. So it's a little unfortunate, but there are still more rounds to be played out. We are going the distance. Ascent is on the docket, and it comes to you right after this.
Hold on, let me respond to a posting about a opportunity Saturday. Was it Dryad, right? I think is the name. I feel like I'm probably butchering that. Dryad, yeah. It's crazy how often casters are needed for League of Legends stuff. Yeah, it is. It's not one that I would be comfortable trying to jump in and learn along the way. You know what I mean? Unfortunately. Yeah, 100%. Actually, I'm gonna go use the restroom real quick. I'm gonna go refill my water as well. Empty out my plate. Be right back. the life. 'Tis the life. Looks like they've probably been talking for a minute and I've been
These
away
two
like
that
an
have played this
asshole. My
map
bad,
already,
chat.
and they also took that 9-3 lead. Did it turn out into a map win? Not really, but it gives us a good indication of the amount of preparation that comes through. And out of the 3 maps that they played, and out of what we've seen from Oxygen when they were playing in those qualifiers, this map of Ascent was the one that caught my attention the most. So I feel like there's a good opportunity for an upset now.
And I'm wondering because what I have, and this is again just based
How
off of
much is
previous
it really
for Shopify,
considered an upset,
Is
though?
they play the Brimstone here, and it could quite
If it's
possibly
like a
be
3-4
Vic on the
scenario, is it
Brimstone,
really an
but there's
upset?
a world where we see B-Dog just go back to that comfortability. Sure, he has
You know what I
a rep
mean?
now on Jet, and he can rectify the poor map that he had on Haven and play that Jet on Ascent. But I would love to see, if B-Dog's feeling comfortable, put Vic on literally anything else, because that guy plays literally anything that you want him to play. I was also expecting Cypher on the Haven, and we got the Killjoy for Moose. Now that we look towards Ascent, I think we probably get Killjoy again because of how strong the agent is, but it's a smaller map. So Moose will have a bit more room to breathe, can play that lurky style. It usually is the Killjoy on their lonesome, playing the lurk on the attacking side. I'm hoping we get that from Shopify. If we don't, we don't know what to expect because they haven't played it in recent.
Now, it's important to note, Oxygen was largely like written off coming into the group stages here for challengers. I think a lot of people had them pegged as either the number 9 or the number 10 team out of all the teams competing. It was towards the bottom, not quite at the bottom at times. And sometimes they were legit like dead last. They were not the team that anyone expected to do well coming into challengers. If they somehow scrape together a win here over Shopify, that seriously disrupts Group A. Because Group A,
that's true, though.
outside of basically G2 FaZe and Shopify, everyone's like, well, no one knows what's going to happen with that 4th spot. But honestly, if Shopify loses and FaZe already lost, that means that the only team that's really proven that they're potentially the number 1 is G2. Everything else is kind of up in the air, and a 1-1 record for either of these teams creates a whole lot of interesting scenarios that could play out over the coming weeks. This is big, not just for Oxygen, but literally everyone in the group, because it could create a scenario where we have multiple ties taking place as we come into the latter weeks, and it puts all of the pressure on these teams to try to find big wins when necessary to guarantee placement into the playoffs. But we do have the agent select ready, so it's time for map number 3. Shopify hoping to God they can close this one out, and Oxygen looking for the upset. It's all yours. Take it away.
Thank you, Bach.
Here
I
we
want
go,
to jump on
chat.
your point too, to the chance that we're 1-1 here and 1-1 there. It makes for a really fun week 4 and week 5.
Not Haven Ascent.
If this team loses to this team by this many rounds because of the differential, it's a lot of fun. So I would love to see an upset here for Oxygen, because it really does shake things up as we get deeper into the season.
I still think
and when we take a
Shopify
look
comes
at
out
what we're seeing here in front of us,
on
it's a little
top.
different than what I expected. On paper, I did not have the fade for Dazzle. I was expecting the Sova, but we get something. It's a different look, and I mean, it's actually without Duelist. It's B-Dog back on the smokes, not on the Brimstone though, but back on something that he's been comfortable or shown comfortability on here, Dryad.
Yeah, I think you're right when you mentioned that fade. We've seen a lot less fade on this map recently. It's been mostly that Sova coming through. But the composition on the other side for Oxygen is going to remain the same as the one that they played it with or against a Breakthrough. So it is a composition that between the two is fairly similar, but I'm so interested in seeing how this is going to play out with the Sage, right? And this Sage, we actually got to see in map number 1 with Shopify, working to slow things down. And when you have no duelist and Pony's going to be on that Jet, it's a good opportunity to take that lead. So the Shopify fans, that is something that they're looking forward to do, closing out and making the map control a little bit easier for the defense.
Yeah, Shopify fans, you're rooting for this first half here. A lot of tools in way of stall, in way of delay, in way of information here for the Rebels. Meanwhile, Oxygen, a bit more conventional in their composition and a bit more conventional in their look here at the start of the round. A few players out towards mid, leaving just Randy Savage on his lonesome here inside B main. Try and get some information. Look at this walk up already.
This is interesting because Oxygen, that second half that they lost last week, it was on the attacking side, and they were going for the same approach over and over again. It was trying to take control of Garden, off tree, from Catwalk very, very early on, and hoping that the smokes were slowing things down for the defense more. But they're gonna go for it again, and actually gets Stu Pony. No way Vic gets taken down like that.
The timing was so huge. Moose tried his hand at getting these kills back. Unfortunately, doesn't go his way. He gets punished for it. Now Dazzle also hopping into that box. See if they can't fight it out towards mid. And too low on HP. It only took a body shot from Mitch, but what a start to this round. The timing was perfect.
All right,
with the
there we go.
cloudburst, the paranoia, and then the recon bolt coming out and over the top.
Yeah.
Pony beats the wall and finds those 2 kills on the players revealed. That was beautiful from Oxygen. And it sets us up
30 seconds
perfectly
left.
for what this game is going to look like. What this attack is going to look like, Dryad.
Exactly, because last week
Pistol
against
round
Breakthrough,
TRP
this
dog,
is an
can you
approach
make it
that
happen?
the side of Oxygen was going for over and over again,
Oxygen
trying to
about
take
to
that
win
guarding
another
control, but
pistol
actually 3 of those
round,
players.
huh?
Same that it happened in this pistol round, but it might be a different story now
Maybe.
going against Shopify. It could give them more answers.
Oh,
Now that
yeah.
they have the numbers here in the pistol, they're gonna close it out. Mitch good for 3, and Oxygen again just finding exactly what they were looking for. This could feel like a different team. We need to see more of these rounds and how they play out.
We absolutely need to see more here, especially on this attacking side. This is the side that they struggled on. So to get this pistol, I guess barring anything crazy, barring a force, which is pretty hard to do when you're on defense, right? We're not seeing those stingers here. So this is the start that Oxygen needed. If they get 3 rounds in the rifles, but they've also got themselves the pistol and the anti-eco, that's already such a better look and such an adjustment to the Oxygen we saw last week.
And that's Sage now on the defense. With a wall available, it's gonna actually go for completely backing up. And for this approach, where the attacking side of Oxygen like to take catwalk, you can look at a Sage wall to slow things down, right? But in the meantime, is what Shopify think is a read. And to be everybody on this side, and that is not where Oxygen is.
But it might be where Oxygen are going.
Bro, they're gonna walk right into
Does the
this, aren't
time
they?
work out though?
They literally could have just walked into
So
A and had
patient,
A
the
for
knife.
free, and they're walking all the way around
It's not gonna
now.
spot anyone, so yeah, that's the key
Brother,
for
not
everybody from
like
the side of Shopify
this.
to stay on this B side. And with the guns right now, we don't have those crazy stingers on the defense after losing that round. You can get some trades, especially starting out with Dazzle.
The
30
worst part about
seconds
this,
left.
I'm gonna hold this thought, because Dazzle might get something here. Shorty up close and personal. 5 players behind this push, and he finds his 1. Mitch capitalizes on the trade. Now, are they expecting 4 more here on the site? The Bulldog to jump on through. No way, Moose picks up the kill with the Sheriff. Mata on the backstab will find another. B-Dog jumps up and takes the Shorty kill. And Mitch with the rifle has to try and hold on. He's got the spike, and he can't go anywhere. He's got 5 seconds, Triad. That's the round.
Hi, Timo.
No way for Shopify. What a good read as well. And the knife towards the end from Big just guarantees that they made the correct move for everybody to be on that B side. And I also think if we can learn something from that round is that the stingers, you know, that's not the move. The shorties and the classics might be the better one. I mean, Shopify win like this, and they didn't win those buys with the stingers. So I think there's a pattern, right, that we can follow for Shopify to find some success.
And Shopify set a good example for the ranked players out there, right? Just eat the anti-eco and play rifles into the bonus. Don't buy stingers. We love that. They're being role models here on the server, and they get paid for it. 3.5 rifles. The Bulldog not quite as strong as the Phantom or the Vandal, but also an Odin here. As the spam goes through B main, nothing found. Well, I guess a little bit of chip damage on
Gonna
Randy
back down a
Savage.
little bit.
But Oxygen, I guess their buy's not the worst either, right? Mitch hung onto his rifle, 2 more behind it, a Stinger and a Sheriff. This is still a scary round for both sides.
And it's the same approach again.
Ooh. That was actually a pretty nice shot with the Sheriff there.
1-3-1-3
Didn't
of the
quite
players
get the
trying
kill,
to push and
but-
trying to get that tree, that garden control. But this is exactly what I was talking about. How you slow this push down is with the Sage Wall. That is going to give that information, but it doesn't matter though. Vic still goes down, getting hungry for the kill. And he's not going to get it this time.
E-Dog playing off the util here. Double swing, but everybody to safety. Back out towards the arches here. Sprays to the dark cover. And not a whole lot found. Oh, Moose
30
just going to try and
seconds
sneak away, and he does so. successful in his endeavors to leave this B site. Where's
Good
Oxygen?
read here.
Yeah, all the way out towards A, and a great read from Shopify. They want to play on this side. Cloudburst is out. The bodies are starting to drop, though. B-Dog happy to find 2 of his own. Scuba hits the paranoia. Well, tosses the paranoia. Hits absolutely nobody with it. And he has to plant that spike once more. Oxygen are running out of time. And they brought rifles into this one. Up atop the box goes Moose. Who knew that Meese could fly? And Randy Savage now, unfortunately,
There it
at
is,
the pressure of
Shopify.
the clock, needed 2 kills. But Shopify, good to not let that happen. And they'll find their second. That's
It's
a
the
punishing round.
back, baby.
The 2 maps
Gives
that
them
we
the
saw
momentum
so
they
far
need.
on the side of Oxygen, they were able to take some early leads on
Now
that
you need to
first
be able to push
half.
back because
I want to
Oxygen's
see
not
if
going to really
that
be able to have
allocation
much
is
in
going to
their
come through from them
bank account, right?
because we haven't really seen it
What, like 2 stingers maybe?
very, very early on, and it can be a difference maker.
Not
And
even,
it
yeah.
has to be if the Oxygen wants to get away with the upset here. A couple of those rifles were purchased for Oxygen last round, means a save is going to come through here. And Vic likes to play it aggressive. The knives. I get some information. But again, this is something that Oxygen on the attacking side, they like to do often. Some presence towards A. And Scuba. Using that TP. Do they know that he's here? Yeah.
I must have heard the sound cue, especially with those
Yeah, yeah.
smokes coming out.
Here.
Over the top of that alarm bot, too, I believe a shoulder was just spotted. So confirmed information, but it doesn't
No
matter.
way.
He still finds a kill, smokes himself up, and just sneaks away from it.
Not expecting one more here.
Ooh.
Still managing to get one is a 4v4. B hit. Do it only for 1 here. Spike though, attempted to be planted. And it goes so back and forth.
Last player standing.
This was an eco still for Oxygen, and they managed to do a good amount of damage. Verna though, the last one here. Tall task, not gonna get it done. The 3rd one for Shopify.
Yeah, but like you said, a good eco round from Oxygen. Hindsight, obviously, for Verno, but you're that good sheriff shot and a shock dart away from really putting the hurt on Shopify and making that round a winnable one. At the end of the day, though, space taken, which is kind of the Oxygen way to play. We saw it on Haven. Now we're seeing it over here where, like you mentioned, a push up towards Catwalk. They'll take that space. They'll fight for that space. They'll do it solo.
Yeah.
Scuba pushes up towards mid. That leaves so many options for Oxygen to play around the map if they're expecting, you know, those multiple players, which you can't always do. Sometimes you just you take the chance and you don't win it.
Get deadly.
And for that rotation to take place, you're also depending so much on this Omen and this Killjoy. As they're the 2 that are going to be positioned towards B, playing back, capitalizing from that information, from even that turret, if there's more aggression from Shopify, though they haven't really shown signs of that just yet. Hunter's Fury. It's going to be available now for Verno to work with. After grabbing that orb,
Coming
and
back.
again, it's just that patience.
Calling my bot.
I feel like
Oxygen. This time around, not
Oxygen,
really
like if you
contesting
drop
Catwalk, right?
this round,
Yeah, and I'm wondering,
You
so they push
need
up an
the
A main.
following
I'm
round.
wondering if they can hear that Killjoy turret, and they're expecting the full Killjoy utility here on the A site. It does still look like Oxygen
so
want to
I don't
hit
think
this,
you
but
want to
look at the
give
spread
Shopify
for
a
Moose.
4-round lead.
He's got his
You know what I
utility
mean?
everywhere.
Like you're already at risk of a 3-round
That's
lead.
just gonna make everything so much more difficult, though. Some early contact for Mata. That's will capitalize from the other side. It's a good start off. And there's 35 seconds as well.
Uh-oh. Pony
Ooh.
doing pony things again, galloping a bit too far forward. Vic to pull on the reins. His B-Dog gonna look to ult over, get some information on the side. It's player generator. Out towards main, another
Shut
one
up.
plays, and
No way.
Randy
Double with the
Savage
Odin
happy
in
to have
action?
100
Odin-
rounds
Odin
in the
on
drum,
Odin action?
And there's still 41 to play with as we go
Come on,
Odin
Randy
v
Savage.
Odin. Scuba gonna find a kill onto Moose. And
Correct.
a 2v2 is where we land, but the clock for Shopify, that's becoming an issue.
And there's a Hunter's Fury, though. It's gonna get used right away.
Dazzle just avoids. Oh, well.
Gonna play around this time. Dazzle almost getting spotted around it, having 2 downs, and trying to make it work. It's a 2v2 still.
Scuba's a
No chance
beast.
here, Scuba.
Ice in the veins.
My nightmare.
Going from the other side as well, from Tree, guaranteeing that there's no chance in Oxygen they make it to 2.
Oxygen, they find their second, and look at the tools available to them, Dryad, to be able to put another one
Everything.
together.
Just everything. They invest at Hunter's Fury, which they were playing around so well now. A lockdown should be another strong win condition. Now, for that last round, Shopify in that setup had both of the Sentinels on the A site with the wall and with the Killjoy utility that you brought up. So it's going to change around a little bit. But the KO knife has been so effective at getting this meta, though. Goes down. No slow, no siege wall. Nothing.
A lot of information garnered, though. I think that 0 point from Vic into a main spotted just about everybody. If Mata didn't already give that information over. And with the weapons that you're hearing, right? You heard a couple of sheriffs. Now you're hearing that stinger. You know the economy is bad. This is a round where Oxygen can tie the game using really nothing to them. Actually, they're going to opt into one. No command comes out.
4v4 here.
And Pony likes to be in top of gen, but couple scenarios where just get taken down, sprayed, and
I mean, they got a
Another chance
good,
here as an old
like,
command
multiple
gets
angles
invested.
pinch coming in
Spike
here for
planted
Shopify,
and
but they need to do
such a difficult retake here. Vic gets spotted too.
Cover going out.
Just no
Right
way
now,
in,
though,
really. You could only hope for
Moose?
the best. We'll see if Dazzle wants to hang on to the rifle. No, instead he'll walk
Moose needs
right
to make
in
the play here. Got
to the Odin
caught,
once more.
though.
Randy Savage, who is showing his proficiency with this accuracy by
B-Dog?
volume weapon, but B-Dog starting to do some damage.
B-Dog?
Picked up a weapon from the
B-Dog's
fallen teammate. Inside the
disgusting!
Smoke is Scuba.
Oh, that's Scuba there. Never mind.
Swimming in it
A little
there. He
Omen
finds
on Omen
two.
action. Got me
Inferno
excited.
closes
My bad,
us
chat.
out. A big round for Oxygen to tie us up.
Just having all that information, right? Knowing that the bio's not going to be the best for this out of Shopify.
I went
And
from one Omen to the other.
even able to use
Not
that null
myself.
command. The information as well to get that entry into A. It's something that I believe we didn't see too much of last week. All those pushes with
Don't mind me.
everybody on site were mostly ending up on the B side, and it was so late. But when you have a null
Damn.
command,
Now we're all tied up.
that's pretty much your win condition to work it out. Then you have the owl drone as well that we saw early on, and Pony in a forward position. Just good ideas here coming in for Oxygen, and now is once again Shopify the ones that are gonna take that time out first.
Shopify really trying to figure out the way that Oxygen are playing this, because one round it's a hard push through catwalk, another round it's a solo push through catwalk and a shrouded step over your utility out towards mid, and they're doing a really good job. The first round was that sheriff buy, and the last one that we saw Shopify really fight.
I know
or
he's
well,
got to go use the
I don't know
restroom.
if
I
they
need to go.
really fought for it, but they tried to have some sort of aggression out towards A main, and they immediately get punished for it.
Yeah.
It just Oxygen's, it just seems to be working for them here. It's also terrifying that once Randy Savage got this Odin in hand, it is so hard to get back on the side. Killjoy's terrifying.
Just crazy with the Odin, and I love to see it, honestly. I'm a fan of it. Also, reminder, last week, for Oxygen, they couldn't get more than 3 rounds
Get out of my way.
when it came down to that attacking side. So, slowly hoping to change things around for this team if you're a fan of them. And maybe looking forward to do so. 3 players on this B side for the side of Shopify, expecting a good flash. Mata is able to capitalize from him. Mitch goes down. What a response, though, everybody.
And should it be needed, Moose has a lockdown. There is a possibility that this round gets scary and they chuck this ult into it just to
No.
secure a lead once more, but
Defender spawn.
doesn't look like that's going to be the case. 16 HP separates Shopify from their next round win. These 2 players going to creep on up. Scuba deals with the first. Is B-Dog good on the trade? So a team ace to come through for Shopify, and it just seemed like Oxygen a little too slow to pull the trigger. They hit that 0 point, Dryad, and then they waited for all that utility to come back up, and Moose finds a kill with the utility. And outside of that kill, when you're running onto B site and there's an alarm bot chasing you, a turret shooting you, and nanoswarms at your feet, that is complete chaos. And I think Shopify were able
Yeah.
to take advantage of that.
It's a good slowdown with the no command as well. The only ultimate that gets that gets invested on the side of Shopify, and that just seems to be enough. With 3 players once again on this B site,
Shutting them down.
where Oxygen is looking at least at the beginning of this round, and we saw some mid control from them a couple rounds before. It was more of that Omen making that early presence, but now it's Pony was hungry to get that kill, and Mada is able to hear it. Gonna back cap. Have all the numbers, all the patience as well to readjust into this push that Oxygen is bringing to them.
And really good presence of mind that the alarm bot isn't here. Shopify are probably playing a person close, so you see both Verno and Pony really taking a peek at that spawn angle to make sure that nobody's pushing aggressively.
This is something that we've seen recently, right? Having to give up a little bit more of that mid control, but just with heavy presence into these sides, especially where Oxygen like to go, right? We already talked about it, the wall up. Making sure that catwalk push is not going to take place and is going to be ending up on B.
Ult comes through though. Nightfall falls and it gets a bit of information as we go back and forth. It's Pony to collect 2 with the Guardian, a couple of headshots. We'll hope that Jet works way up the leaderboard or the kill feed, I should say. But this one, Oxygen not out of the woodworks just yet. They are yet to get that spike planted. It's now going down with 15 seconds on the clock. The resurrection available, but the bodies are just out of reach. This is going to be a 3v3 whether Shopify like it or not here, Dryad.
Are they expecting Verna to be so close here? Can get a timing. No way.
This is huge. The wrap from logs to stairs, and it's Verno's round in the post. We're all tied up once more. What a call there, Dryad.
Yes.
To creep from logs, and he collects 2 kills for it.
Sorry,
so
Oxy. I think so.
It's so difficult to get a play like that one going on just because
I know it was
of
3-1
that push
early
coming through at the same time, but
to
Verno good for it,
Shopify.
and the rest of the team as well. Able to support that Sova in what could have been a top position, what could have been the numbers advantage. But things are tied up once again. 4-4, and
Or did they win first?
lockdown still available on both of the sides.
No, I'm pretty sure Shopify
And I
won
know
it.
we've got a lot of game left, Dryad, but you have to start putting respect on this Oxygen name. Week 1,
Yeah, absolutely.
seemingly a fluke. They are back in full force, and they're really sticking it to Shopify, who...
Oh,
Shopify work with sticks
frustrating,
and
bro.
stones. It's
Frustrating,
sticks and stones,
man.
it's slingshots, it's makeshift weaponry here in this round. But sometimes that does the trick. It's a mix
Is that
of
what it
all.
was? Oh,
There
they
is
just show
Mata,
it and I
one of
missed
the
it.
classic.
I'm an idiot.
He traded out
Probably.
almost immediately. Verno happy to have 4 kills in the last couple of rounds.
So
He's
low.
almost got himself a Hunter's Fury.
I'm riding solo.
Oh yeah, so low. Gonna get taken down with a body shot, and it just feels like this is what has been the early round. A lot of trades coming down on mid, and still a reposition from B-Dog. Trying to be a little bit closer to Dazzle, who's all the way backside.
There's a big
Oh, went on
responsibility for
VLR.
Musso.
I got it, I
Moose
got
needs
it.
to tape his eyes open here because this hit is coming back towards A. From the shadows, saw nothing. So they rotated. They put 2 defenders B for
30
Shopify
seconds
Rebellion.
left.
The turret is holding main push.
Wait, VLR,
Moose
is that a
holding
website
catwalk
I should
push.
know about? I feel like
Moose
it's a website
needs
I
to
should
get
know
his
about.
one with the stinger.
Turret's destroyed.
No way, and he does. He wants some more. He gets so much damage onto Scuba, but this round's still salvageable for Oxygen. They'll be allowed to plant at the very least.
And the lockdown was a little bit uncomfortable, right? Because you want to bait that the push is gonna end up going on that B side, but there's only 3 players, so they're spread all across the map. And it doesn't matter though, because that spike still manages to be planted. Paranoia is gonna be available as well. For Oxygen, it's a 2v2, so doable.
How hard to deal with this, right? Worrying about having his one inside the smoke, no way. The one-way's here, though. B-Dog battles back, 69 HP in a dream as he reloads the Guardian. He is running out of time, and the player is playing God Box. He pulls out his util, and B-Dog dies again with util in hand, and it's Scuba to capitalize.
Knowing exactly where the 2 defenders were gonna be, right? You hear both of them, you hear that TP from the Omen. I was gonna be playing towards long.
Where?
You isolate those duels
Oh.
in such a good way.
Destroyed.
It's getting really close between the 2, but I think what's catching my attention the most, right, is seeing the adaptation, how much more complex the strategies have gotten from Oxygen from last week, right? And we didn't get to see a lot of their attacking side, but now they're showing us what they got. Going from this mid control, going for Pony, getting some early advantage, and this time around though, not gonna be the case though.
Here.
What was Randy Savage looking at?
Yep.
Yep. All right, Randy Savage. Unfortunately, maybe has something else to tend to, so he dies early in this round, and he'll be back for the next one.
Flashbang. Grenade out.
Maybe a lockdown coming through on the defensive side. Have been waiting for it. Have been holding on
I guess
it.
this would be a good way to kind of keep up an eye on
So
like
the
other
problem with
big
that, though, right, is a player ahead, sure, or
games coming up,
Shopify,
huh?
that lockdown means nothing. Because Verno has the Hunter Shuri, he just has to be safe enough to get this one off. And look at him, he's backing all the way up. He knows win condition is to make sure that this lockdown does not come to fruition.
Yeah, goes for it right away.
Oh, he's hitting players.
But you need the 3, so it's not going to go down. You're going to give that space, though. This is still comfortable. This is still enough time. Oh, the Jet is going to get detained, though.
But a beautiful reveal behind it. Mitch trying to spray. They push
Oh.
into the smoke. Moose now needs to swap to the secondary. Out from Tree comes Scuba. This has been his position time and time again. And somehow Oxygen managed. The time will subside. It expires. The spike will detonate. And Oxygen grab a 6th.
What is going on? Shopify.
Well, not only
they
in match
can't
times, but like if I
find
want to do like say a
anything.
watch party for, let's say a
No, it was
good
a
match
first blood,
coming up
everything going according to
that's
plan, then
kind
the
of out of our
lockdown.
normal time that we want to try and watch out for,
But
you know, do a
even
watch
then,
party for.
it just seems like Oxygen were comfortable giving away that space, giving that space for a couple of seconds, knowing that they could re-hit in the way that Scuba was able to do so. The spike was gonna go down. 6 rounds now for Oxygen. Could take a lead here. To guarantee it's gonna continue on that second half. It's just been so good.
I'm gonna have to turn night mode on though. That way it's not a flashbang when I look at it.
This is for Shopify fans. If you're paying attention to anything that Oxygen have done on Ascent, it was not 6 rounds on attack. We mentioned it at the start of this game, right? Finding that pistol was everything for Oxygen to get this momentum moving forward. And that train just keeps chugging along. Once more, they'll have this A site. Not a whole lot of contention, but can you blame Shopify? They just have nothing to contend with.
Yeah, it's an eco coming through for Shopify. They don't have anything. They have to give away that space. They're going to be pushing from pretty much every angle, though. So that means Oxygen have to play close and personal. Boy for those crossfires. There's a good chance here, though, but maybe only for a couple picks. Oxygen, it seems like they have it in the bag.
Ooh, sees the feet. Nope.
Randy Savage really trying
no,
to put
there's
that
2.
nail in the coffin here. Fortunately, runs out of ammo. The Sheriff get a couple for Shopify.
Should be
But
fine.
is that going to be enough? I mean, the time, though. Dryad right was
Yeah.
running so low. Sure, Scuba and Verno are low in HP. It only takes body shots, but they have to be perfect here. And Shopify and
Oh,
that
B-Dog
AR,
coming
B-Dog
in
goes
clutch.
absolutely huge. The spray transfer to find the 2 kills, and Shopify will find their 5th against all odds.
Looking to still potentially
And
end
it
the
just
half
came down to
tied
the
up.
1v2 that was going down in long, right? Where I believe it was Randy Savage run out of bullets, gets taken down.
Yeah.
Could have gotten those 2 for free, and with all that pressure, it was those 2 that get that spike diffused. Good round though for Shopify, but it's so risky, and we got to see it right away. That spike got planted. Everybody from Shopify was gonna push every single angle. Tree was not gonna be a safe spot. Haven as well got a couple of trades because of it. It's a lot of back and forth, but a good sign for Shopify. Now it's the second time that they win those eco rounds.
Yeah, that's kind of been their best round. The eco round in round 2, where they didn't buy stingers. Contrary to popular belief, they didn't buy stingers in round 2, and they ended up winning. Then they pieced together. It was actually kind of a decent buy both ways. In round 3, Shopify come in with rifles. Oxygen having something similar. I think a little lesser of a buy than Shopify had in round 3. Shopify picked that one up. And then obviously from there, the economy is a little wonky for Oxygen. But ever since then,
So is
it
the
has been
Latin
2 more
America
thrifty rounds. So Shopify, show us something. They've
Challenger
got
circuit not
full
even
rifles.
started yet?
Dazzle just gonna have
According
this
to
Ares,
what the
wants to have this high
DLR
penetration
said.
weapon. And we'll see if they're able to get value with it. There was a bit of chip damage with the spam earlier in the game. This time, I think Dazzle's hoping for a bit more. Oh, man, they want to punish. No way, Pony. I mean, Pony just playing
no,
Looky
yeah, that
here.
doesn't
He
start
takes a
till
little
the
bit of
end
damage,
of the
sure.
month.
But happy to
Interesting.
have that trade. A good sheriff shot. And now a weapon picked up for Randy Savage.
And when there's a no command, you know there's just more chances for this team to end up on that B side. That is exactly what goes down. And everybody from Shopify trying to rotate in time. It's the first time that you don't have those 3 members on the B side as Oxygen approaches that entry. So it gets a little bit more difficult for them, especially
Oh,
because
dude,
they
they're all
lose
gonna be there.
Moose and Pony trying to get more aggressive. Could be enough here.
I think the problem, though, Dryad is, again, they're just running out of time.
Yeah.
And Scuba's playing across the map. He ulted away. Now he's made his way back. And Dazzle gonna have to send caution to the wind. Should be spammed here. Wall is
Damn.
up. Scuba
Yeah.
cuts him down. and
Shopify
Oxygen
just
grabs
might
the
fall
lion's
here.
share of the half here, 7-5, as they swap to their defense, which is their strong side, Dryad. This is terrifying for Shopify.
It is. It feels like a combination of the momentum.
And
that
now
we got from
Shopify
that
is going
map
on to
number
the T
2,
side,
and
too.
just
That's
the
tough, man.
evolution from this team. It's been absolutely insane to watch how complex it has gotten. And last week we only got to see a little bit of it, but it seems like they, you know, when you lose maps 14-12.
Yeah, I was actually just
after
looking
such
through
a
that.
big
Their
lead, you
regular
need to make
season's
crazy
actually
changes,
over in
and
about
these
a
are
month.
the changes that are giving
That's crazy.
that 7-5 lead to Oxygen. Pissed around that I would like to get as well, but if you're a fan of Shopify as well, you know things can get tied up quick.
I'm really hoping to make a move to be able to do
Okay,
English
the whole
cast
team behind him.
for
He's just, again,
SA
he's just
for
playing
ALGS.
distraction.
That'd be
Jumps
really
into
cool.
The cloud burst. A lot of damage, though, taken on both sides. No way, Pony. He fishes his own self out of a horrible situation. He's down below 20 HP, and he's still allowed a kill.
It's a good one, and this is something that Oxygen like to do in those pistol rounds.
Woo!
But it turns into a 1v1 though. It gets so much scarier. One player towards that B side, one player towards A. Makes things even, and it's all up to Dazzle to see if the score gets closer.
But Dryad, Randy Savage has been so good. Spotted, though, by the Prowler.
Yeah.
The cat will take a bite. Now he looks to back away from it. Spots the shoulder. The health just about even. No, Dazzle now having the upper hand. And we'll play the spam once more.
Oh,
Behind the
nice
Radiant Bucks.
Dazzle with the
Randy Savage
razzle
will
dazzle.
go, and it's Dazzle for the eBay clutch, and Shopify are back in it.
So well played. Even
Got him.
without knowing exactly where the 2 last players are going to be located, right? You isolate the first one and it makes it so much easier. Especially when you take that Pony, right? The player that was, you see, dashing in, going inside the cloud burst, taking your team down, and it doesn't matter. Dazzle's ready for it.
No force from Oxygen.
Nice.
But Shorties feel pretty good. And it's a similar vibe to what Moose did. Randy Savage has a sheriff. Good nano swarms. They'll clear out both positions. Pony
There
trying
he
to get a
goes.
little
What
crazy
you
with
need to do
it,
here?
but gets punished for his efforts as Verno.
Oxygen
Verno backs
didn't
away.
sting
He
her up,
survived,
though.
and he might go undetected here. No, Mata saves his teammate as he plays atop the wall. And now the close angles. That's not where you want to be with
Be a
the
flawless
classic.
round
Randy
for
Savage
Shopify. It's gonna be
just
big
gonna
for
hope
them.
and pray for the best. He's hoping he can find a player with a rifle because they only have 125 HP, and one headshot will be enough. But that's not the case. An investor flawless.
Not
Right, we
like
got ourselves a
this.
game once more. We're all tied up at 7.
All tied up here, and a good buy now coming through for Oxygen. This could be anybody's game. It's so back and forth. And Oxygen, I like the way that they execute this defense. It is what seems to be their strength on this map. And we're gonna get to see just a little bit of it, right? So Jett is gonna be playing up close, potentially a Paranoia coming out first. Then the Jett if they get that info on the A site.
Alright, you want to get out of here? It's fine. You got energy. I get it.
it's not the worst of bonuses.
But
those two
Dad, I
rifles.
don't wanna.
And you look on the opposite side. I mean, those Phantoms are strong against 3 of 4 players. Unless it's all the way across the map. We'll see if the Vandals can be a bit better here for Oxygen. 2 of them are dueling out towards main. A team flash, though. Mitch is trying to help his teammates out, and Pony not happy about it. He'll back away for a second as we trade smokes. We trade shots. Unfortunately, we don't
Nice
trade
job
kills.
to get up on
Just
out
a
of
little bit of
there.
damage, but Oxygen walk away with the better end of the trade.
And you just want to have the early presence into a long that we didn't see too much of for the side of Shopify. It was more backing up, playing around those 2 Sentinels. So you have that early presence with the Jet, with the Omen, and they're able to go back and be safe. As Shopify ends up going for a full rotation into his B site.
Now you gotta move in quick.
Good
They've
pop
heard your
flash, nobody
Vandals.
on the angle, just the turret. Meanwhile, the 2 players you would expect to be here on the site are here on the site, and they've been revealed back site. Mitch gets one on the backstab through the smoke. Verno still holding it down, though. His buddy fell
Verno
right
just
next to him,
absolutely
but this is
snapping.
Verno's round. He's good for 4.
What can
Disgusting.
Verno do? Just absolutely
Just
everything that
disgusting.
we've seen throughout today. 17 kills so far on top of the board in every way possible, and just playing so far back, right? You can get pushed.
Dude, I think I
That
think
wasn't
Shopify is
something
about
that
to
Verno
drop
had
this.
to deal with, just isolating every single one of those duels and
I
making
thought I was
it
about to
look
go
easy
2 weeks
for the
without
Silva.
dropping a pick. Kind of mad.
The rifles also helping out a little bit more, but because of those kills now, only 1 away from the Hunter's Fury. Did it change as well in the setup that we saw for Oxygen? A lot more of the heavy
'Cause I am,
utility towards A.
Find it?
Oh,
No.
Pony.
Nah, I couldn't find
Pony's
it.
feeling
I
aggressive.
thought might have been able to.
No saddle here
Nope.
on this Pony. He's just doing his own thing. It's good damage onto Moose. Forced to back away.
Dude,
Now the
Oxygen's
solo
looking
mission for the
really
Killjoy gets a whole lot
strong,
harder,
man.
And, well, you're without information. With no dazzle. Means no eye, no cats, no C's, and some more information garnered here for Oxygen. This is a great start to another round that Shopify were hoping to win.
This has been slowed down in so many different ways. It might continue to do so, right? Less than a minute remaining. Looking like an A hit coming through, and like I said, all the Killjoy utility is still there. The paranoia ready, and it's
Man,
all about buying that time.
Yeah, all about, well, buying time,
Okay,
and
hold on.
that paranoia going off before the 0-point hits means it gets even more upset time, and Randy Savage
So good.
is cooking the Shopify players that push onto the site. Moose,
Oh yeah.
there's no pack. It's
No
just
spike.
Moose here.
I mean, there's nothing.
I got the
Gonna be able to push forward thanks to that turret. But look at that, 3 players there.
10 seconds.
Oh, and they're
Oh,
just running
shut
him
up.
down. There goes 1,
No
there
way.
goes 2. Okay, Moose making this one look doable. The fragment comes out, it forces him away.
No
This
way
time
he
it'll
actually
stick
gets this
to
off,
plan,
right?
though.
He
You'll
got
have
the
just enough
plants.
time to do it.
Oh, if
comes
he
down
would have
and
been
on the
able to get
swing,
Mitch there,
ends
bro.
up winning it, but what a
Oh
round it would
my
have been, but
goodness.
Woulda, coulda, shoulda. It's a 9th for Oxygen.
Turns into a 1v1, but it doesn't matter. Oxygen now taking a 2-round lead here in map number 3, and
Wow, man.
sometimes it's
That's
really
crazy.
about slowing things down and realizing
Like if Moose would have
everything
pulled that off,
Oxygen
I would
has been
have
doing,
probably shit
how
my
good
pants.
They are countering
Would
the
have needed
strategies
a
that
fresh pair of
Shopify wants to
draws.
bring to them. It's such a long delay with the KO knife that we see, the paranoia that you mentioned,
Live on
and
stream.
that
You know what I'm saying?
constant change of setups. And I was gonna say, we haven't seen too much of the operator, but look at what Pony has now.
A very, very scary prospect here mid. Mid was already on lockdown, but even more so. A good flash and haunt over the top. It does force the op off the angle, but he's just happy to go right back to it. And
Shut
body
up. You're gonna
shots
get another
are
one, isn't he?
enough here. The dazzle falls.
Can't get away.
Meets that same fate. Randy
Tough.
Savage there to pick up a couple more out towards mid, and Mata's found 1. 1 of 4 now. 3 remain.
I mean,
As the drone
gotta
goes out
say,
from the top and
Oxy
doesn't
called
spot
it at
him.
the beginning of the
0 points.
matchup.
Will confirm the player still out towards mid. Very well. The jump peak will also get some extra confirmation. It's about to be a family photo. Mata, it just in such a rough spot. Has a wall, Has a res, though.
Let's give credit where credit
There's
is due.
It looks so difficult, right? I mean, the players that we have alive and the utility that they have combined make it so difficult, but it doesn't matter. The duels
Your duty is
are
not
the big
over.
thing here. Oh, the res is not gonna get anything. Mata could get it done. Almost though. Shot down. Scuba's not gonna let it happen. Oxygen, they get to 10. The wall just goes down as the res was coming
Pistols
through. I mean,
wins games, yo.
almost made it happen on top of it, but it's
I
all
love-
about these close opportunities, right?
Very, very close opportunities. And that's the point that I was about to make. I love that we're seeing this from Shopify. This is great that you're doing this well on these eco rounds, but these can't be the only rounds that you're doing well and winning. They just can't. They've done it, I think 4 out of their 7 have been incredibly light buys. But now that they have rifles, they have to piece it together once more. And fortunately, Moose has just been granted a second chance at light.
Moose having a lockdown here, but
Cover going out.
if used, I don't think the side of Oxygen is gonna fall for it. They've been
I feel
so
like
aggressive
even
at
if
taking
it's
that
not
map
as
control,
big of
not giving it
a
up too early. So they have to give up this tree position.
weapons advantage because of, you know,
Going for
Stinger's
something
forced up
different
and
though,
whatnot.
Shopify, I'd like to see it. Everybody
I
alive
feel like
still.
the mental is so
And the spike
big.
is gonna get planted. Lockdown on the other side as well, important.
Yeah, we're locked down for lockdown. Hunter's
And then
Fury,
Hunter's
though.
Fury.
Yeah, for Oxygen, that really could tip the scales back in favor of Oxygen, where their retakes in these post plants have been kind of the thorn in their side. Lockdown immediately sprayed down Randy Savage. There's no Hunter's Fury needed. Dazzle makes quick work of that piece of utility, and there's still options here.
Doing a good
for
job
Shopify's.
underneath.
One player plays directly onto the site, 2 out towards main.
Oh,
and
got
one
the
inside
knives.
Tree. Dazzle gonna try and hold down the fort. Unfortunately, it's being seized right before his
Oh,
very
man,
eyes.
Moose
The
is
spray
down.
comes through the smoke. The stick onto the spike.
Not
and
like
Mitch will
this,
just hold it
B-Dog.
down for the 11th for Oxygen.
Man, Oxygen looking really good, bro.
No
like,
answer once again. Shopify going from mid to tree. Everything was going well. But Oxygen is so much better. A situation like this one is gonna be the last time out here. Potentially Shopify struggling so much to find an entry, and this is the defensive side of Oxygen that always looks so strong. Right now they're showing it to one of the best teams according to everybody, right? But the expectations set, everybody was thinking Shopify was going to be potentially at the top of this group, and Oxygen wants to tell a different story 2 rounds away from doing so.
2 rounds away from doing so. Yeah, the Shopify.
yeah, Oxygen looks really good.
I think head and shoulders
I had to
favorite,
guess,
even coming out of week 1.
because
Sure,
of
they
how
take on a
close
team
things were last
that maybe
week,
we're not
they want to
expecting
make
put
sure
up
they can come
the
and improve a
biggest
point
fight
this
in
week.
Turtle Troop. So they come out of that with a plus 16 round differential. They look so strong, and I would imagine with that coming into this week, looking so confident. Their first 2 weeks are them playing the teams that had to qualify to
Yeah.
get here. And they're about to lose to one of those 2 teams. So Mac, welcome to the equation. Another time out
I
here
do
for Shopify.
think, though, that
but they have
the
to do something drastic
talent
here.
in the
and drastic
pools
is exactly
of
what they
teams that
called for.
qualified is
Another
not
buy
that
into
far
this round.
behind
And look at
It's
that, Dryad. This
uncomfortable
is, yeah, it's not great.
It's such an uncomfortable
these
buy
teams.
here.
Which I
Though
think
those
people
big
would argue are,
rounds for
you know,
Shopify,
obviously, as
they
we can
have
see here,
been
very closely
eco rounds.
matched
They
and
have been thrifty rounds, but how many can you
Debatably
continue to replicate?
the 3rd and 4th best team in the league.
Especially when Pony is having the operator, and that was last week such a massive win condition for Oxygen on the defensive side, having Pony on the operator, and having it again. And it's not, it hasn't been the star player, it hasn't been something that we've seen over and over again, but it's just enough to shut down the plays that Shopify wants to bring to this Jet, currently positioned towards mid.
I would agree with that
in the
statement.
info game,
Oxy.
Oxygen have already won it.
I
here
think
in
it's
this
very
round,
well.
Right, turret
To
watching
be
B
fair,
mid,
I
nobody's
don't
there.
know
Player watching
all
mid,
of the
nobody
FaZe
home.
roster.
They know that Shopify are leaning out towards A.
I didn't watch like really much of,
Swarm grenade.
It's
Last
been this
week-
way so far.
and by much I mean I didn't watch any of last week because of ALGS.
They wait for those 45 seconds, they go for the hit, and Oxygen backing up just a little bit.
If
Hunter's
I'm
Fury
being
gonna get
perfectly
activated.
transparent.
You should run.
things got a little weird, but because that Hunter Shuri lockdown now
30
used,
seconds
this
left.
is what Moose was waiting for. It's a 5v5. If that spike gets planted, fragments out, utility traded, but Oxygen have to wait.
There's no ways another thrifty, right? Just waiting for the right timing. The owl drone doesn't get anything. Doesn't spot anybody else.
But Randy Savage has an Odin. This is where things start
I
to get
would
scary
even
again.
argue that
Accuracy
I
by volume,
think
they
Turtle
start to push
Troop
up.
has
No
more
way,
potential than they
B-Dog
showed
goes
last
huge.
week.
This is B-Dog's round. He refuses to give up
That's
in
what
this
you need
one
to do
with
there
3
for
kills to
Shopify.
his name and an 8th for Shopify.
What did B-Dog just do? Those 3 kills so clean. I mean, look at that. Hiding so well, playing around that time for Shopify to make it to 8. These are the plays that we want to see for Shopify. This is also the B-Dog that we saw so much of. We talked so much of from last week. Stepping up
Yeah,
when the
it's
team
the
needs it
same thing as the
most.
the old Where is Fullerton squad, right? And they were running for a bit,
Yeah, that is
right?
everything for Shopify.
Yeah, it's mostly
it
where is
resets
Fulton.
the economy for Oxygen, and there's life once more. But they have to be careful. They still have to give respect to the weapons in the hands of the defense, and that's exactly why. Pony out towards mid, good damage onto Dazzle. Good wrap from Mata. And Randy Savage also dealt with Shopify. They're keeping
And
this
Shopify
rolling forward.
making it
Pony
interesting.
Trying to claw his way out of a bad situation, but it's the investor
Yeah, I
flawless
think
for
FaZe is going to be a
Shopify.
team that we
So
really
far,
won't
they're
know
not.
about until Split 2, for real.
Once again, just Oxygen when they have
Maybe
those
like the
lesser
last
weapons
2
going
weeks of Split 1.
for that aggression.
But
that,
I don't think in their group they
I
have
mean, this time around doesn't give them anything,
enough
right?
time
It was
to wait that
a
long.
flawless coming through for Shopify to make it to 9. The timeouts, still big topic of conversation.
because the only
for
person I would say
Oxygen.
that you're favored against would be
Big
Turtle Troop,
changer
right?
in how the game is gonna play out
If you're FaZe.
for what is left. It's been a lot of those retakes, and it's been a lot of damage between the two. It comes to the wire, the time running out. Oxygen as well coming through with some hero plays here and there.
I would
And
probably
not
say
only
in
for this
Group
game, right,
A,
For
it is
the
probably
rest of this
Shopify.
split, Oxygen, they need this win. They need this confidence.
Oxygen breakthrough,
Yeah,
however
absolutely.
order they
You
finish
take
in.
down what is
G2,
looking like the titan of the group, and everybody
then
else seems
FaZe
a whole
Turtle
lot
Troop.
smaller. And we still have a lot of question marks about what FaZe is going to look like, what G2 really is going to look like, although they showed a really strong performance in maps 2 and 3 in their 3-game series against FaZe last week. Those are the next 2 names that we're looking at. And if Oxygen are lucky, they might get that fated rematch against Breakthrough, should they make it both into the playoffs. Obviously, they won't play them again here in the round robin groups. But we jump back into it. We're all out of
Is
timeout.
Baby
We've
Boy like the
expended them.
captain
And
essentially,
Pony-
since
Pony's
they-
off the
they're the
angle.
one
He
who's been
doesn't
there
get
the
hit by
longest, I
paranoia.
guess?
And Dazzle, the first one punished
not
for it.
IGL.
Couple cloud burst down. He holds his ground here out towards logs. He spots a barrel, and Pony wants some more. He's been marked. He hasn't moved.
Just do it.
The smoke is down.
Oh!
The shot should land, and that it does.
The
Dazzle, 2
smoke.
deaths on the round. Mata collects one back in response. So at the end of the day, a 1-for-1, although Pony gets an extra tally.
Unfortunate for Dazzle as well, but
G2 stronger than people give him credit for? I don't know
these are
about
the
that.
plays, right, that are so risky
I don't
that
know about all
Pony is
that,
able
Papa.
to, it is willing to commit to, that we don't see very often, right?
Ah, okay.
Staying logs, knowing that he had already been spotted by the hunt, and it doesn't matter. Still make sure that things are at least going to be even for his team. Leaves it up to them to the killjoy utility in this
Okay,
A side.
Scuba. Oh.
Oh, Scuba, deep depths. This is the Oxygen way, though, so Shopify were ready
So
for
many
it. They were
trades.
expecting it, but look at this, the utility. So much. Somebody's getting put into the microwave, and that somebody is Vic as he sneaks away from the turret. 54 HP is where he lands, as that U2 gets dealt with, and the spike gets planted.
Oh,
Well, they're
even
that
lower
strong?
now after getting spotted, yeah. Can't really run away.
Or you saying no? I think he just meant like longevity wise, man.
Oh, Vic is in a very compromised spot here. Flash out, 0 point behind, make sure nobody creeping up into heaven, where all 3 players of Oxygen are coming from And Vic the first to go. He was low HP, but he would like to get some more as both players now out towards tree. Look to play the spike. B-Dog, the next have to
Bro,
answer
how
the three
could I
players.
comprehend
Oxygen
that?
have done it
And
once
you
more.
couldn't, but you know
They
more
cut
about
down
Valorant than me, man.
Shopify, and they put a 12 on the board.
Oh, no, you don't deserve.
And Oxygen, it seems like it is
Yeah.
a big round that they needed. You force that rest, you make sure that that information is not going to be there anymore, and the Killjoy setup is able to keep the team alive.
I got what
So
you're
many trades
putting
early
down,
on, and it
Oxy.
continues to be the same. And it's been like
Appreciate
this
it.
since map number 1. All of those
Oxygen
rounds
really
with
about
so much
to-
damage between the two, but it can. This can be the end for the side of Shopify. There's going to be a lockdown available on this defensive side. And the Nightfall, I mean, doesn't really seem as effective.
Grenade out.
It doesn't have a big potential compared to the utility, the ultimates as well that are going to be available for Oxygen to close things out.
Spike retrieved.
This time Shopify.
I'm not
keep
gonna
up
lie,
towards
I would
mid. No
like to
utility
be able to
stop
get in
them
with the
here.
Knights and start working with their casts and
But
stuff.
information garnered really across the map.
Learn a little
Right,
bit
a
of like
player in main
the
already.
org business.
Player in both mains, I should say. B main, A main. You've got Pony in one.
But obviously as
you
a
got
creator,
Scuba
but
in
then
the
slowly
other.
learns some of the back end stuff. I would love to
That
like
wall goes up. They're trying
be able to
sell
invest
this
in an
fake out
org in
towards
like 10,
B
15 years.
off of the sound alone, right? That Mata is making, and it's
Yeah.
just not enough right now.
The only ultimate available here, gonna get invested. Spawns so many of the players though on this defensive side. There's a whole other fight going on. The spike getting closer and closer towards this B side, and this might be the kill.
Against grounded. 30 seconds left.
The beginning of the end here though, quickly traded.
Wait, what do you mean by
Quickly
one of
traded.
25, one of
Quickly, the
30?
rotations there, and Verno has been impossible to remove from this B side. I'm wondering if that's going to be enough.
What does
for
that
Shopify
mean? I'm dumb.
To look to head elsewhere, and they have.
I'm not
The
dumb.
alarm
I'm
bot
just
will get this
still
information,
relatively
but
new to
they're out
like
of time,
Valorant
Ryan. They
competitive.
have to be perfect
10
in
seconds
getting
left.
onto the
As
site to
compared
get that
to,
spike
like,
planted. They cannot stall
Apex.
for anything. And there's good damage behind it. The clock is there. The spike is getting planted, and B-Dog should just have enough. He needs to hold it down, and that he'll do. Shopify, they have signs of life here in a 3v4 with low HP on the side of Oxygen, and a hunt to reveal a few players as all three will opt to play together. But there's a
Ooh.
lockdown. They have to push forward and
That's
try and
a
deal with
big
this one. They have no
lockdown.
other way to do it. And Scuba's in the smoke. B-Dog was ready for it. Now the numbers start to
No
dwindle as Mitch is the last one standing, but the lockdown still continues to go, and only one is on the outside. The lockdown's destroyed. 23 HP for Shopify to hang on, and it's B-Dog and Dazzle to look to do it. Unfortunately for Mitch, you're just running out of
Oh,
time
right
here, buddy.
behind
B-Dog
him.
hops down. A shorty to the back will do it. 3 kills
Dang,
again for
man.
the Omen, and Shopify to double digits.
What a turnaround for Shopify though. That was massive. Barely any time remaining, having to rotate
right,
to the
right.
A side
Okay,
last
okay,
minute,
okay.
and it was all thanks to the call from Vic, right? Already positioned so far up.
Yeah, as I
and
say, I
making
know
sure
Trent's like
that
pretty nasty.
Nobody was gonna be haven for that spike to be planted safely. Turning things around, managing to get double digits. There's still
Well,
a
30
chance
with
for
the sub,
Shopify
but yes,
Rebellion
I get
here.
you.
Oxygen, they were expecting that one to be the last. And it started so well with Pony, that first kill, and now it's an eco for them.
That's the silver lining here in this round for Shopify. That there is an 11th round win in sight. Obviously, we're 23 rounds into the game, so we're past round 11.
I mean, I don't think he would
that
go
11th
anywhere to
round
be a
win for
sub,
Shopify,
correct?
It's
but
at the
just-
end of the tunnel, and the tunnel is
It's
seemingly
technically
like a
one of
relatively short
30.
Yeah. It seems to me though that
I got a question though. Do you feel like at that, I want to
Tony
circle
with
back
the
to that,
knives?
Oxy. At that level, would you rather be
there's a one player that you
Sixth
need to keep
man.
an eye on for
on?
rounds that continue to be so slow.
Well, I
for
guess they
Shopify,
do get paid pretty
because
fatty
of that,
contracts.
You see that Jet
Never
Pony
mind.
all the way towards mid, trying to get a
Yeah,
read on where this push is
you'd
gonna come
make
from. It's
more
gonna
on
end
a
up in
partner
B.
team as a sub than as a star on a
There's 3
challengers
players
team.
here. It can be the same thing that Shopify did to
Never
them.
mind.
You
I answered my own question.
I mean, no command here. Damage onto
We ain't
one.
talking
It's gonna be
about
traded,
subs
though,
over
Pony.
here.
30 seconds left.
Deals with the first, did not have the knives. Meanwhile, the defenders are here on the site, just like you said, and there's 3 of them. That shorty from long range won't land for Mitch, only for a bit of damage, as the C's will reveal the player back sight. And Randy Savage, not long for this world. No, I spoke too soon. He's still there. He's still shortying. And Pony now has to try and do the same again. Clock running down. Spike to be planted. And it's all up to the classic here for Pony. 5 HP, not enough. Speed Dog to do it again.
So close, but Pony already low. And yeah, they almost made that same play that Shopify did once, but they just didn't have the numbers right. And that was played so well by the side of Shopify. Putting some of the players on the A side, having that presence early on, and making sure it was not going to be that 5-star like they did once to the side of Oxygen.
I wonder, you think guards still
Operator
probably
now, once
paying,
again,
you know,
behind the
guard,
Pony.
TSM phase?
The
They're
most
still probably paying
important
their
round
roster pretty good too, yeah?
for Oxygen to close it out. Yeah, you're right, B-Dog, with an operator as well.
That's bold, Dog.
So
B-Dog is
mean.
now
I don't
bold,
care if I'm
Dog,
playing in
with the
love
attacking
or
side of
I
the
fucking
operator.
love it.
And it is posted up. Look at this. On top of
feel
that
it.
hut inside spawn, expecting the aggression. No way. A tough start, though.
So quick,
Mata, the
yeah.
first to fall. We're talking about operators, and Pony gets a kill with his.
Been so many of those first bloods. The win conditions that Oxygen understands so well, but still pushing towards mid. The one player's gonna be up close. Can Mitch get it? And the operator get it up. Come on.
This is not your average crossfire, folks. This is not your average crossfire.
No
There is
way.
an operator shotgun. I repeat, an operator shotgun. And
Moose?
Moose is here to claw his team
At
from the
least
depths,
helped
but
a
he's
little bit with the
traded
double.
out. B-Dog teleports into market. A dangerous teleport. But if anybody could
Bro,
do
go
it,
back to
it's
B.
the Omen here for Shopify. He's done it in the last 2 rounds. Now he wants to do it again. But they're both playing together up towards heaven. And
dude,
Scuba will best him.
GG's
Oxygen will
Oxygen.
best Shopify. Shopify
Coming
closed
out with the
curtains
dub,
in
man.
map 1. But it's Oxygen to close the curtain.
call,
here on
Oxy.
this series, Dryad.
Oxygen with good adaptation, good changes, good timeouts. In a match that they knew it was gonna be tough. They knew it was gonna be difficult against a team that everybody
no
rates
OT,
and
Moon.
places so high up in that group,
It's
but it doesn't
over.
matter. Oxygen, they learned from that last week. They learned from the 14-12.
Yeah, like
14-12
B-Dog
that they
definitely
lost,
should just
and
go straight into B there, right?
They get a massive win.
Like, I don't
massive
understand rotating
confidence
back
boost
to
for
A.
what is left for them.
It feels
Oh,
very
challengers,
like a,
I mean, you just took down
I'm not
Shopify.
gonna try and say that I'm a smart player or anything.
The Titans, yeah, this is the
But it
supposed
does not
Titans here in your group.
seem
the
like the
number 1
play.
team. We're expecting them to
But
finish
agree,
towards
very
the
much
top,
a
if
good
not at
series.
it.
I mean,
And Oxygen are gonna make that job
almost
that much more
overtime in
difficult
game
as we
3.
catch, a
Can't be
pretty
bad.
awesome replay, and it's just back to back here in heroic plays from all of the teams. And we talked about crazy series and what it's gonna happen to the score. And Bach, let's talk about it. We have a Shopify and an Oxygen that are both now 1-1, and things are getting weird.
Yeah, I guess you could say that. It really
Wow.
does disrupt the group standings. It changes how everything is going to lay out as the weeks progress. We talked about it coming into this 3rd map. If
correct.
there is
We
a
have that
win
info,
here
but didn't he
for
come
Oxygen,
from that
things
side, right?
certainly get interesting.
Like
I
they had
actually went
already
back and
cleared out
scrubbed the
most
VOD
of
from
B
day
versus
one
you. I don't
to
think they
find
had
the
any
video
info on A.
where George and the Fortune were going through and doing the power rankings. And George had Oxygen as the dead last seed coming into groups, which I thought I remembered. I thought I remembered seeing one of them put Oxygen as the bottom seed. The number 3 was Shopify. And to be fair,
I say, 'cause
think
he
a lot
came
of
from
people were
Insight,
looking at
right,
Shopify
on
as
A?
potentially that
Or
team.
from over
You had
by
a lot
the
of questions
doubled up?
coming into the groups about G2 and FaZe. We didn't even know FaZe's roster when that video
I
was
guess his
recorded.
thought was maybe he
So
was hoping that
it was
they weren't
like,
going to be
okay, well, what are
expecting
we
him
really
there,
gonna
and he
get?
was expecting that maybe they would just
Shopify
try and
was
push
stable,
out quickly.
consistent, experienced. They played
And he
BCT
thought maybe they'd
last
catch him
year, and
off
the
guard, but
roster
I don't
was
think you're going to
largely
catch
the
people
same.
this level
This
slipping
is a
like that.
disappointing early
That's kinda-
loss
that would kinda be a
for
rookie
Shopify
mistake, you
Rebellion.
know?
I think you got to give credit, obviously, to Oxygen for playing so well. Yeah, sure, it's 13-11, it's still close, but back-to-back map wins.
That's the only thing
after,
that I can think
a
of
loss like this is pretty
that would have been
impressive,
running through their
and I
head
think
to go with that
you got to
play.
start looking at them as a legitimate threat here in this group.
It's very scary. It's very scary. I just want to go back to your point real quick, Bach, that with Shopify being ranked 3, that was probably behind the Guard and M80, I'm assuming, who are in their group, right?
Yeah.
So Shopify is being at number 3. That means they're the group A number 1, and they just lost to Oxygen.
And that is just so crazy to
Yeah, but
think
you
of.
knew that
But
both
I
of them
feel
were
like
there, though. I
it's,
feel like
it's
you
been
either...
relatively easy, especially before we get to see these matches, to
I don't know.
underrate the
Hard to
teams
think about what the
that
thought
people
process
know
is,
the
but...
less of, right? So if it's not
And
the big
obviously,
names
it's
that we
easy to
know
sit
of,
here
like
on this
G2
side and
and
say it was
FaZe
the
and
wrong
the
call when
Guard,
we know
then
what
all
the
the
result
other
was.
teams, there was a big question mark, though. You know, every single
Oh,
one of
our
those players
Esports versus
individually
the
is capable
Guard
of doing great
next?
things. The way that they combined, it feels like it shouldn't have given the victory to Oxygen, but you can see how much that loss from last week
Bro,
impacted
OR
them and made
Esports
that change,
started
made them
off
really
playing against
wake up and know
M80
that they
and
could
now
shut
playing
down
against the
Shopify.
Guard. Talk about a rough start
What's
to fucking
terrifying for
challengers, dog.
Shopify moving forward is
Like, that's a big old rips,
how
man.
much they relied on B-Dog. Right? B-Dog on Smokes was literally everything from the Brimstone to the last couple of games. He was the player we highlighted on the Brimstone coming into today. He got the Brimstone in map 1. He went off on the Omen in map 2. But when he's not on a controller comfortable pick, it really throws a spanner into the works. And that's terrifying.
Yeah, it was not how we expected things to go for Shopify.
Yeah.
Let's also not forget, go back to map 1. Oxygen plays this like super weird composition that never really felt like it worked out, and they still got 9 rounds. Like, that's surprising given that it was like super bizarre. Both teams didn't really play too great. I'm like looking at the stats right now. Both teams did not play too great on the attacking side. You had Mitch playing Yoru, who got 0 kills on the attacking side, when that's really an agent that should play a little bit stronger on the attacking side. It felt like their defenses were strong despite the fact that they had maybe more attack-centric compositions. It was just a weird overall first map, but it should have been a much easier map for Shopify, given the fact that this was just clearly not clicking in the ways that it should. But somehow Oxygen took all these pieces and kind of just like forced them together, and they're like, done, puzzle solved. And they got a 13-9. They didn't win, but it gave them enough to really roll into map 2 and feel confident, and they looked really good on Haven. And I kind of do feel like that spilled over. There was a little bit of a spillover effect as they were riding the wave of that momentum coming into map 3. And we had already talked about it before the series started. Map 3 was potentially a good map for Oxygen. So, Dryad, as we look at this Oxygen team, I'm thrilled to see what they've done. But I am concerned about Shopify. This is a storyline that goes back to last year.
The good news for
Consistency
Shopify
is
is...
constantly up and down.
There's a lot of teams, especially in
feel
this
like
group,
top
and
4
those
is
big
pretty-
names that we know of from last year. That
I
the
don't
big
wanna
thing
say
was always
secured, but-
consistency. Is it going to be there? Is it not going to be there? I remember we talked about it on the pre-show
I
on
would
that
say
day
split
number
one's
1 of
pretty
challengers. Of are these teams actually going to be consistent? If they're keeping the same roster, is that going to be enough? Do they really need no changes into them? And for Shopify, I think it's a big concern. I think this is going to be a big wake-up call for it.
Well, we are just about ready to throw things to a break, but before we do, in the event that you're a very devout Shopify Rebellion fan, and maybe you took your keyboard and you slammed your hand into it over and over and over again following that loss. Understandable, many people have that reaction, but I do recommend seeking a counselor. But first, you need to replace the keyboard. And, you know, given the fact that you're so upset, you may have lost some money in the process of killing that keyboard as well. I would recommend you head on over to eBay, who's one of our broadcast partners here for the Knights Arena Valorant Challengers. You can find name brand gaming gear up to 50% off on eBay. It's truly incredible. Head to pks.gg/eBay. You might be able to pick yourself up a new keyboard and even get it shipped to you just in time for the weekend to get your game on. We're going to go ahead and throw things to the post-series highlights presented by Investor, and we'll be back with a post-match interview after this.
All right, chat. We're about to have post-match interview, then we're going to be getting into the Guard versus OR Esports. That one will probably be the quicker game of the two, obviously, as we just had a pretty long, I mean, it was a good match, but long match. I mean, that thing started, what, 4:20, 4:30, something like that? Regiment losing one of their partners, huh? Oh. Debating if I want to go put on some shorts, man. It was like frigid cold here, like even this past weekend with wind chill, and now it's actually like, it's not hot by any means, but it's like decently warm. It's cool, not cold, probably the best way of putting it. Oxygen Esports. $13.6, $13.8. That probably sounds about right, honestly, Oxy. I think especially because OR Esports ended up stealing a map from M80. I think the guard's gonna make sure that they like don't come in sleeping. Even though I think the guard are on a mission to prove a point in Valorant right now. What do you think the chances are Rambo knows Trent? I gotta ask Rambo to put in a good word with me for Trent, and I can try and interview him. That'd be cool if we could start interviewing Valorant folks like we've kind of started doing Apex. Speaking of, I need to send out some fucking interview requests for Apex. Trying to think about some of the people I would like to logically line up next. I think I want to see if his Watson might want to sit down, talk about some of his R5 program projects he's been doing. R5, R6, whatever the fuck.
Petition go, but we've got our second week live, and we've already seen one match end, as it's actually Shopify Rebellion, the team that many had pegged as a top 5 here in the groups, losing to Oxygen Esports, a team that I think a lot of people just wrote off. And as a result, we've got one of the players of Oxygen standing by here for a post-match interview. I'm speaking specifically of Mitch. I mean, first off, Mitch, congratulations. That's a huge win, because I think a lot of people did not expect you guys to find the dub here.
It's Mitch.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think we played pretty well today. Everybody played insane, except for, you know, maybe Bind. Bind was my fault completely, but I guess we'll get back to that.
We'll get there. We'll definitely get there.
Yeah.
I have some questions about Bind. You know, coming into the groups, I think a lot of people looked at you guys. I said I rewound the VOD from the first day, and you're consistently in the bottom 4 in a lot of people's power rankings. Do you feel like that's a little unfair given the collective skill of your entire team? Like, obviously, you've played with good teams.
I want to know who's putting them in bottom
You've got Pony who
4.
played for T1. Like, you guys have experience, just maybe not necessarily together at this level. Do you feel like
Who's
it's
putting them
unfair
bottom
to be put that
4?
low on the totem pole?
Honestly, I don't even look at that stuff.
Who's smoking crack and putting them
We just
bottom
go in
4?
and play our game, man. Like, a lot of us are not really like huge names. I guess I'm like the biggest name on my team, but everyone's obviously gonna root for their invited teams to challengers, and that'll be that. But we're gonna keep putting in practice and showing up to matches.
Apparently, yeah, that's what Bach just
I
said.
personally don't know anyone named Mitch. I only know Sharky96. Looking at last week, though, you guys had that close series against Breakthrough. It looked like you could potentially take the series. You lose both games in overtime. How does that change, if at all, the way you prepare for week number 2, knowing that you were right there, but you let it slip away?
Yeah, I think they
honestly,
qualify
it
out
was
of
just
Group
a lot
A.
of like match time nerves. Once we got up 9-3,
I mean, I
and then
guess
we
unless
lost,
people are just
we
saying
lost, like,
that
an eco or
Group
something,
B
and
is
then
that
we
much
just started
stronger.
letting it slip. We played not to lose instead of playing to win, if that makes sense. So
Yeah,
but yeah, I mean, I think they're going to the
we talked about it a lot throughout this past week. We fixed a bunch
land
of
in
things
between,
on
or
those
I
maps
don't know if it's a
in
land or just an
particular,
event
and,
or whatever. The
we just had a
invitational
good
in
game plan
between
going into
splits.
Now, looking specifically at today, map 1,
The
you mentioned it
mid-season
already.
invitational.
Bind was kind of your fault, is what you said. Before we get into what you mean, I have to ask, what is that comp, dude? The Neon and the Yoru, like, it's super kind of cheese. Like, I'm not sure what to expect out of that composition, but, like, why that composition? What is it about that comp that you feel works?
You mean the
I mean, it's a
invitational?
lot of chaos, honestly.
As far as for bracket,
it's very
Oxy?
fast, poppy. A lot of util to clear out angles and get in their face, and we kind of played it wrong, obviously, today. But it's been working in practice. But now that Bind's gone, we don't have to worry about it anymore. It was kind of like a pocket pick for a while.
Now, you mentioned that it was your fault. Obviously,
I just needed to shoot my gun. I just needed to shoot my gun, man.
I mean, your attacking side definitely was a little bit something. It wasn't that great. I don't mean to put you on blast, but it was definitely.
He said,
rough. What else was going wrong for you guys that was preventing you from finding more rounds? Because you still kept it close, all things considered.
I mean, for one, I think we deviated off of our game plan a little bit. I started calling some things that I thought would counter them, ended up not working, so we just kind of looked like we're lost a little. But like I said, the bind's gone now, so we don't really have to worry about it. We have to worry about Lotus and Split now.
Fair. Now we do have a question coming in from the fan zone for you guys watching at home. pks.gg/discord. You guys can go ahead and join the fan zone yourselves. How does something like a 2-12 or a 2-13 KD affect your mental? How would you play if you were that person? And to be kind of honest, map 1 almost was that rough for you. How do you reset after a performance like that?
Honestly, I don't even look at kills and deaths, man. Like, sure, your kills and deaths could be -10, -20, but we're still gonna make plans. Like, I'm still gonna keep up the same attitude as if I was 10-0. You know, like it doesn't matter.
You have to go with the same
you're just thinking
confidence
about the next round. And you just gotta move forward. You gotta have a memory of a goldfish.
Good short or a bad short-term memory. Good short-term memory.
Definitely something I think a lot of players could benefit from, especially the ones at home who rage after 2 rounds of comp play. But last question, and then I'll let you go. You guys get some time off before your next competitive week. You're going to be facing off against FaZe in a couple of weeks.
Does anyone know why they have the break? Because it's not completely for Sao Paulo.
That game really solidifies your position here in the group, because if you win that, effectively you've beaten 2 of the teams that many had picked as teams that would escape the group stage.
I mean, yeah, if we do beat them, I guess it does solidify at least playoffs, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, do people have to like re-qualify for split 2? That makes sense.
Yeah, I mean,
it would put you pretty close.
We're looking to shut down the haters, so yeah.
All right, well, you definitely did that today. Congratulations on a big win. Another one to
Ragey
put on your belt in your
goldfish.
long career of big wins.
Bitch.
Oxygen, clearly the upset kings, and maybe they'll be the
I'm
favorites
fucking eating a
forward.
fish. You put them in my tank.
Yeah, thank you very much, Bach.
Yeah, congratulations, dude. All right, so that wraps things up for our very first match. Oxygen Esports picking up a big win over Shopify Rebellion. And again, they have scrambled that group up pretty bad. because now things get real interesting. If they can win their next match against FaZe, things get even more interesting, but that's way off in the future. We've got a match coming up right around the corner. It's actually going to be the Guard versus OR Esports. Again, that team drew the short straw facing against M80 and the Guard in back-to-back weeks, the number 1 and number 2 teams respectively here in the group stages. You're not going to want to miss it. Stay tuned.
I mean, it would only make sense to me, right? And here's my question. If winner of Challengers gets a 2-year slot at VCT, how do they choose which team from VCT to boot out? Just lowest placed team, I guess? I guess that'd be the case. No? Then how's it work? Also, I'm gonna go put on shorts, man. My fucking legs. They are permanent. Oh. So then I guess that they're just looking at expanding them at some point. Is that why you have the other spots? Otherwise. You see what I'm saying? Right. Or to not get picked up in the first place. When did version 1 post that? 7 hours ago. LeBron James breaking the NBA scoring record is cool and all, but has he ever had 20 demos in an RLCS game? That's fucking funny. Trying to decide if I want to do watch parties for Rocket League where we can, or if I just do that offline. Just do, you know, Apex and Valorant for now. Because I do love watching me some Rocket League. I ain't gonna lie. All right. Yeah, I play a little, but honestly, like these days, I don't really play much of anything. I just do mostly watching, shoutcasting, esports content, long form sort of stuff, you know. But there's something about Rocket League that's just very entertaining to me. I love shoutcasting Rocket League. I can't wait till Friday for Winter Cup out of SSA. It's gonna be fun. Fuck, Moon. I gotta do it sometime soon, don't I? I gotta do it before Monday. I don't know. Not gonna lie, doing the video about all the changes for Apex today kind of pushed my schedule back a bit. I was doing that literally to the last minute that I could to walk out the door and still pick up Z-Man on time. I mean, to be fair, they're probably about to be back. Does anyone know a good place to like fill out a bracket where I can fill it out before it happens and it'll like carry over my picks? val.gg. So that's what I'll use for the video. Yeah, I thought I remembered like starting to fill one out. Oh no, 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 no. There's no Val.gg. Why you lie to me? You mean VLR.gg? Or is it this? Oh, it is VLR. Did it get caught up? Possibly? Oh, there it is. You know what? Bite me. Hey, Moon, did Oxy's link get caught up in like the mod stuff? I don't see it. Or I'm just a fucking idiot. Oh, okay.
For the better or for the worse, but text just fits so well.
It does feel like, and we've even asked them in the interviews, how does this work for you? How do you feel he slots in? And they love having him on the team. They feel like his personality meshes well, his play style meshes well.
Well, if
They
we
think
have
that
it
he
there,
brings
that
a
works.
lot to the table. It's not to say that
That's
their
weird.
previous
My bad,
roster
Oxy.
didn't
I'm
have
still
that
learning
strength.
YouTube
It's
streaming,
just
man.
different in a good way. They're thrilled and excited for what the season holds, and they are a team that, yeah, they qualified for an international event, and then they kind of like pooped the bed. If we're being honest, they did not do well at that international event. And following that event, they struggled. It seemed to spill over. A lot of that, though, was meta shift going to the chamber meta. They tried to adapt, and it didn't work. Now that that's out of the equation and they can get back to playing the game they're used to playing, I do feel like this team should pretty much not steamroll this group, but do quite well. And you're looking at Valen right now. That's the IGL, who was one of the top performers for the team last week, Dryad.
Did so good. I mean, we got to see the first A's coming through thanks to Valen, and overall, just we all know how good this IGL is. We've seen it.
Oh, you know
We
what's
got
funny
to
is
see
I
it
actually
last year,
had
and
that
it seems
page
like this year
bookmarked.
is
I'm a
coming
fucking idiot.
stronger for the guard. This a performance I would love to see more of from Valen. I think is absolutely a possibility, but you have just such a stacked roster that you can put anybody here and it would just make sense, right? It is pretty much individually, you
I
could
feel like
say
an
that they're
idiot,
the
actually. I've
best
seen that.
players, and it is for a reason, right? Everybody putting them in that number one spot, and that is why we have those high expectations for them. I'm excited to see how the maps are gonna look, if they're gonna be similar, and what changes are gonna be made, right? Last week we got to see a little bit of Bind, we got to see Trend on Race for the first time, and now it goes down into how you implement new things into old things as well.
Shifting focus over to OR Esports, it's not all doom and gloom. One reason I like to highlight this, and I said it last week as well, and I'll probably say it throughout the season, I'm going to sound like a broken record. There was a time when the Guard was this team effectively. 5 players that very few people had heard of. Maybe there was one name on the list, given that side player was playing with that old team, but they came into VCT and everyone was like, dude, who the hell is the Guard? It was kind of like a meme, like this team's not a threat. The whole stand gourd thing became a joke during that stage as well. Then they ended up kind of running the table with their group. They did quite well. They end up making it to an international event, and everyone suddenly is not joking about it anymore. They were like, this team's legit. Despite the fact that coming into the stage, they didn't even know those players' names. So I think there is certainly an argument to be made here for OR that they could do that. Do I think it's likely?
I mean, it's a newer team, right?
Not necessarily. I do think that what we saw from the Guard last year was super organized, incredibly structured play. I give
But yeah,
a lot
why
of credit
show
to the
that?
coaching staff from
Like,
Guard for uniting the young players on the roster and doing what they did with the team.
Why do that?
OR feels like they're
why show
potentially
that-
a lot more
that
scrappy, leaning on individuals.
Thing like
One thing
go
to
do something
mention
else
as
with
well,
the
right, is
graphic, you know?
That
It's kind of dirty.
for the side of OR Esports, it's been a first week and now second week that are so difficult, right? Against what people consider are the best teams. Last week it was M80. This week is gonna be the Guard, and so, I mean, the one thing that you have to keep in mind that can be like game changers exactly.
Like this one
is,
now,
right,
the OR
Soldiers,
is green.
who
Oh my
is
goodness.
maybe
What are we
the
doing?
most experienced and most well-known player in this team, and how much he can change things up and
all
turn
good.
things
Everything's
around
fine.
in his favor. So I'm excited to see Soldiers, but I think on those duels against the Guard, it just gets so much more difficult.
Yeah, I think in a matchup like this, where again it's very hard, comfortability is key. And these stats right here, so these are from the qualifier where OR Esports come from. Zeldris had the most rounds played
yeah,
on
do something like
Raze,
that. That'd be
had
slick.
the highest cast. He didn't necessarily have the highest rating on the agent alone, but he also had the highest first kills, right? So Zeldris on Raze is comfortability, and I think that's key in a matchup where you might not have the firepower head-to-head, but at the very least, you're not being shaken up by any other factors that may affect you on the server, right? You know how to play your agent to a T, and Zeldris knows how to do that on Raze.
It's important to note, too, that last week they played M80. Now, I'd say most people say Guard's number one. M80
Why is the
mostly
audio right
considered
now
number
kind
two.
of...
Yep.
They actually won a map in that series. You wouldn't know basing it off of the round differential of both teams.
Yeah.
Because, again, you could easily look at that match through a microscope and be like, oh, man, 13-10 victory for this team? They're pretty good. Fox, what happened? 13-1. Ooh. All right. That was brutal. So they basically followed up what was, given it's only been 1 week, their best map coming in to challengers with potentially their worst map. Could be their worst map for the season with what happened on Icebox. But you mentioned it.
I don't like it.
Was the player to watch, and Dryad, you know, I feel like this team has the individual skill. It's trying to figure out where things go.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the overall for OR Esports and the match they had last week and this week, this is all about that learning experience that they're talking about, the improvement. And if you can learn and you can improve from somebody, it's got to be the Guard, right? The team that everybody's putting on top.
And now as we take a look at the maps, we already mentioned it. Last week, they actually managed to take a map off of M80. If we go back there, which it will end up happening, we're going back to Pearl. This is a map that OR played in the previous week.
Going
they
to
looked pretty good on
Pearl.
it. They won 13-10 over M80. Again, very much because
It's
of an
Tanner's
individual
mic.
performance. Zeldris finished the game 23-16. He was 18-5 in the second half.
Are you
alone.
saying the
He
video's
completely
pixelated?
turned
So I've
it
heard
on in
that
the second
YouTube's
half to
down.
basically carry his team out from the deficit and into a victory. I now question, though, if that can happen twice in a row. Can that happen 2 weeks in a row, Tanner? I look at an individual player, and it's just hard to imagine that they're going to be able to consistently do that. And not only that, that's not sustainable. They need to find team play to carry them to victory, not individuals.
They do need to find team play, and that's going to take time. Fortunately, they have this solidified 5 weeks plus playoffs, if they make it there, worth of time. Unfortunately, as we've already kind of beat the dead horse on, they had the roughest first 2 weeks. But when we look at these first 2 maps, the double-edged sword for Zeldris playing Raze was OR Esports forced the Raze on maps where it can work, but on the maps where we're starting to see more Jet op. And then you're just kind of getting duelist stiffed. These first 2 maps, however, these are beautiful maps for Raze. Sure, we sometimes see the Jet on Pearl, but when you're taking the Raze out to Ascent, although we've got away from it, you're taking the Raze out to Haven.
This
we're
beat
starting
kind
to
of
get away from
slaps,
that,
though. I ain't
and
gonna
that's where
lie.
it feels forced. But on Pearl and Bind, I think Zeldris really could have 2 huge performances, and maybe, hopefully he doesn't have to, but maybe drag his team across the finish line. At the very least, maybe to a map 3 for this OR Esports team.
It's important to note, too, the only map that we saw OR Esports play that's in the pool today was Pearl. They played Haven and Icebox last week, and the Guard did play Bind. It was not particularly beautiful. It was a win for them. I think they came in a little jittery.
No, it's box mic that's all kind of scratchy.
Yeah.
Ascent, however, much more comfortable. They picked that win up 13-5. So something to consider. We've already seen 2 out of the 3 maps played for Guard, only 1 coming in from the other team. So there is maybe that quote-unquote surprise factor for our esports. It might catch Guard off guard.
Nice.
There I go. But I think that ultimately for OR Esports, I think Guard is just going to play their game. You know, I don't think that a team like Guard is going to come in and go, okay, we're gonna counter this team from the LCQ and really try to play to them instead of just playing our game. I feel like they are going to come in and play their game the way that they typically play it.
And one thing that I'm thinking of, right, is that map number 1 of Pearl. Yeah, we haven't seen it for the Guard just yet in challenges, but we actually got to see that Pearl in that Ludwig Targ Invitational, and it was interesting because there were some cool ideas that it seems like it needed to be polished, and it's been that time, right? It's been a couple weeks. They got the time to polish those, so you can expect the Guard to be on top. And it's that same thing that we heard of. You know, it's gonna be the Raze, and it's gonna be that early presence that every single time OR Esports are putting into that B side on defense, especially if it gets shot down, which is something that the Guard fans are expecting is going to happen early on, then there go so many opportunities for OR to take advantage.
Yeah, my mobile's fucked up.
And so now Pearl getting let through. Icebox obviously is a pretty bad map.
Yeah, I mean, they're
going
to take away Icebox right away. So
but the Guard ban it. That's their perma ban. They say we don't want to deal with that. We're okay to deal with Pearl. And to Dryad, to your point, to kind of piggyback off of that, that means that they've got something prepped for this. And fortunately, in recent times, 11-1 are OR Esports. So there is a VOD for the Guard to go back and look at against Turtle Troop and say, okay, how do we take down these Titans on Pearl? And I think they're really looking to do that here and counter strat what OR Esports bring to this map number 1.
It's still going to be very difficult for OR Esports, regardless of how you slice this. You can look at the strengths of the map and you can say, hey, this team plays Pearl really well. You can say, like, oh, they're 11-1 or they're 30-1. Remember last year, the Pittsburgh Knights coming in were like $1 billion and 0 on Ascent, and they played it over and over and over again, and it took them a while to find that success that they were hoping for. But, you know, those teams, the biggest problem is that because they're so one-dimensional, even if they find that one map win, they're waiting to find those wins on the maps that surround them. So, yeah, sure, we might see them find success.
No, actually, I do
it's
like
still
Haven,
gonna be
though.
difficult, but it's the other maps that I'm really looking at. Because even if they win Pearl,
I like the
I look
3
at
sites
Bind
on
and I feel
Haven.
like I gotta give the
personally.
edge to Guard, but I'm told the Agent Select is ready. We'll see what the Guard has cooked up for Pearl, as OR Esports is clearly a team that is competent on the map. Tanner and Dryad, it's all yours.
Thank you, Bach. Yeah, to that point, yeah, the one-trick map team, I mean, really has to come out and
So
win this
Lotus
one, or else
won't
it
be
is
in the
gonna be a
pool,
2-0 series.
but is
I think
Split in
everybody's
the pool
assuming
for
the
challengers?
Guard is- we shouldn't deviate.
We haven't seen Split yet, I
what
don't
we
think,
see is
right?
what we will get. This is a
I
map
gotta
where
beat
Tex does enjoy playing the Jet versus the Raze that can work. And with that Jet comes the Sova for Trent.
Yeah, I don't think there's gonna be any changes for any of these 2 teams. And like I said, right, the Guard, they played this map in that Ludwig Tarek Invitational, and so I feel like they brought something new. They were bringing new ideas on the defensive side, especially that I would love to see against OR. And because it's a map that we haven't seen from them in Challengers, it's a good opportunity to see how it's really shaping up to be for the future. And on the other side, right, for OR, I don't think we see anything that we were not expecting. The Seldris is just a massive win condition that you can't really ignore. And is often and likes to play forward and aggressive. So can the guard shut him down early on?
Can the guard shut them down early on? That is the question here in the pistol round. We get started, and there is a chance, a very minor chance. I think we had a less than 1% pick rate for OR Esports to take this series, but it sure would shake things up in Group B if that was the case. As we haunt out towards A, nothing spotted inside Art, nothing aggressive inside A main, and just like you pointed out, Dryad, it's Zeldris, tip of the spear here on the attack.
I want to see those fast rounds actually coming through for OR, right? But I mean, there's so much on the line here to get that confidence going on for this team that you gotta be careful.
I just get it.
As they get ready up and look at who's on that backside, right? It's gonna be Trent, waiting to potentially use that dart. Play around it, play around that information game. The OR Esports is gonna deny at least early on.
The problem with this map is, although it's new and crazy things can happen on it, is that this is how the guard want to play, right? This composition is their composition. And look at the comfortability. Net just on an island out towards B, so comfortable to hold that site solo. And 4 other players
I think you said 13-8 in the first map time before, right?
Now they're running out of time.
35
seconds
matter.
rotation back to
13-8,
B.
13-6.
This kind of has to be your final destination unless you're booking it through the spawn.
30 seconds left.
The double back. The double back.
Yeah, because the Astra stayed there the entire time. Just kind of going back and forth, but now the back's against the wall to get the spike planted and know that the guard is going to be here.
Yeah, the double back from the guard as well. And
Wow.
they rotate off for just a second, but they read it so beautifully. Nothing inside the link,
So
nothing
clean.
out towards long, nothing B. They all die A, and the guard will find the pistol.
There was no reason as well for the guard to make any sort of crazy rotations towards that B side, even after they couldn't hear anything on that A side anymore, right? You have the Killjoy utility for a reason, and the Killjoy utility wasn't activated. It wasn't ever contested on that B side, so you make it work. And this is something the Net is incredible at. Just getting some drop plays going on, getting some early information for his team to work with. And on top of that, he can
13-6,
frag
13-8.
and be one of the best in Challengers.
I
Don't get to see any
think
crazy buys, any stingers in the meantime.
12-round difference.
Strong buy for the guard, Vandal, and Hentos Tex.
That's tough. I'm going to go with
The newer
under, but I
player
won't be
for the
surprised
guard.
with over.
And a player that, I mean, has been so good on this jet as well.
Right there.
And pretty convincingly a plug and play from Sayada Tex. It's worked well, as Bach said in the player interview with the guard.
And I know that question was the
They
moon,
love
but I'm
having
going to
Tex on
answer
the team.
anyways.
He fits his role perfectly, and his role here in this round is to play long-range angles, not get caught off guard, and make sure that Vandal makes its way into the second round. Or Esports flirting with the idea of playing mid in both of these rounds. I love that. This is great to get started here on Pearl to kind of create the question marks. Unfortunately, the B push might not be the most potent because, well, they've got Classic for the most part. So Valen will find the first. Eldris is able to trade one out. The Bulldog takes a bite, and okay, damage yet here from OR Esports. Now VNS is going to try and push back site, and Tex is a right click away from death. This rifle could end up in the hands of OR Esports with 2 bullets left. Tex actually going to swap to the Classic of his own. Right click out, that's the spike down, and Tex is good for 3.
Way.
Switches to the Classic, it makes it look
Knowing
easy.
as well that his player is so low, is gonna get it away with the Classic. I mean, you play a Vandal into the round, Classic is gonna be the one that closes things out.
Yeah.
Good one for the guard there. Make it to 2 so far in Peril. In a quick reposition as well for Tex, right? It got risky for a second, was playing on top, had to drop, got flashed, got marked by the Haunt. I mean, everything going on, but it's still being
Don't get what?
so cool with it. OR Esports rivals in their
Like, for the
hands,
round
let's see what they can
differential
do
this
towards
game,
side.
is it going to be over or under 12?
And no Stinger buy in round 2. Leaving it to be an anti-eco means they do get the earlier rifle buy here. Oh, VNS in a bad spot. 3 players just on the other side trying to play strength. The numbers are the guard, and there's a lot of strength there. Damage back and forth. Both smoke players taken low, but still alive. So smoke available.
Round differential.
Control still available. But with that info, the guard back away.
Essentially.
Low 6 HP because of it. Would not
For
be
the
got
series,
taken down,
correct.
right? It was that expected aggression from the guard on this B long, and still waiting for it. Now we have to back up. Yeah, there's nothing else that you can do.
Suppressed.
And I mean, how much harder does the entry
I
now?
think more
look?
than likely
Because
over,
they'll just
but I
be
would
the
like to
first
see
one.
under.
You can't be on your
What
front
a flash
foot.
as well.
Good flash in the backside. That'll slow things down for a second. 35-second Haunt comes out. Aftershock to follow. Good fault line finds the stun, and the shots will land onto Tex. Meanwhile, damage still flying, and the Bulldog still biting as Jonah will find another for the team. Util dumped back site, and OR Esports struggling here to get onto this B site. Sure, they've assumed the position long, but that's all they've done. And 21 HP is where VNS started. This is where he'll end. No, instead it's 0. To find the end there, Net swings on through, and the round goes away of the guard.
Well, doesn't seem to be helping so far.
Third round here, and it was the rifles for the side of OR Esports, yet nothing could be done, and that was all thanks to Jonah P. It was Forrest the Knife gets every single one of those players, continues to push forward, continues to keep
do you mean
OR
under,
so
as in they
aware
would...
of his positioning, and then throws a flash all to create that delay for the guard to make that
Yeah,
rotation.
so... Like,
Deny
I
the
think
push
we
for
all
OR,
agree that
and
the
now
guard wins, right, Moon?
force them to get
So the
those
question
stingers
is
that we
by
haven't
how
seen
many
just yet.
rounds do they win
Operator
in either 2 or
protects.
3 series? Like, what's the difference?
And this is what
So, for
you would
example,
assume, right, that
it was a
OR Esports wants to do with
16-round
the race eventually
differential
on the defensive side,
between
but
OR Esports and
the
M80.
guard can get a crazy lead here.
This is not look good, and not a whole lot of extra oomph behind
Right,
the
or let's say the
Everybody-
13-6,
it really
13-8
just a little
that
out of reach
Oxy
for the
used
ultimate
earlier,
for
that'd be a
OR Esports,
13-round
really not even on the right side of this A
differential.
site to play for the orb to get that lockdown. So they're just going to opt into 5 players, looking to split this A site. Spike not committed just yet.
Or no,
OR
that'd be an
Esports,
11-round
it's actually Zeldris
differential.
to start farming up the ult.
Sorry, Midwest math. My bad.
It's gonna get spotted here. The player's trying to push hard, and it's a little bit of a split to make it to A. Everybody playing far back though on this defensive side. The darts should be able to get some information. Good combo here with the C's, but
No, it
doesn't
is
turn into a
13.
kill.
And the nade
Right?
just a second
7-5,
too late there on the
13.
C's.
I'm an idiot.
Like you said, no kills.
I don't know
found.
why I
However,
questioned
Zeldris
myself.
does find his way into the kill feed. Trent low on HP, but he'll look to take another duel for himself as he plays the high-low. And Zeldris is just dancing. He's just cutting a rug. Unfortunately, takes 2 to tango, and he was the only one alive.
Guard making it
for
look
Esports.
easy right now, though. Like, making it look real
Guard,
easy.
They were playing this so far back on the A side. It is what they did when they played that tournament and they played against TSM. They gave that comfort of either going for the trap plays on Link with the kill utility, or knowing that it was gonna be the KO, this Sova backside and ready to shut down the entry from A. So it becomes so much more easier. And then you only have the presence of an operator. Actually, no. The hands of Trent.
Sova up. Sova up. So I think there's 2 layers to this Sova op that are maybe falling a little short. Is
My boy
They
Moon.
exchange it.
Poor thing.
Okay,
Too
they
late
did.
for you, homie?
Yeah, my thoughts are, if you spot the jet and there isn't an ult or an op, you're not expecting an op. Now we're talking ult, so we're talking boom boxes, we're talking rockets, and Zeldris is on the hunt, and he is going fishing. He shoots the rocket into the barrel. Unfortunately, that fish just a bit too tanky, and Jonah still gets one.
How though? I'm not really sure how that went down. So much damage as well. The ultimate trying to play it faster, right? But when we hear the ultimate is trying to clear out that side and towards mid, it doesn't manage to do too much though. The lurk here. Cornelius gonna enable that lockdown to be available. Clearing out some space, and this is what OR have been
Oh,
trying
that's
to
fair,
do.
Moon. That's fair.
Spike Down
Okay,
A.
Net the
30
martyr
seconds
there.
left.
Looking to catch somebody off guard, and he did just that. He was going to sacrifice his life for the lockdown, and he goes 1 for 1 at the end of the day. And this retake, I mean, it's a difficult one. Sure,
To be
the blades are
fair-
online, but do you opt into this in a 2v3? With the operator
To be fair. Ooh, okay, Cosmic Divide.
Raid Cosmic Divide.
Oh.
And things now looking difficult. Another star goes
insane.
down. Nano Swarm there, and we're just cut inside the purple walls. His Tex looks to go aggressive on the outside. He'll find one player out towards main. No, he won't, because the Cosmic Divide of Valen actually blocks him off. And yeah, the spike is half. Somebody has to make a decision here. Somebody has to push aggressively. It's the paint shells. That's the decision. But the defuse is better. The kills for the way of
Wow,
OR.
they
But
got
it's
the guard
for 5.
just in time.
That is so good. Not having the numbers and still going for that ultimate. Playing it around. It looked insane.
That's
just
insane.
a purple room in a corner with a Nano Swarm in the middle. They had to wait it out, but the guard just played it so well. Those Cosmic Divides. The guard, they do them to perfection. Sometimes they like to have that combination of the Cosmic Divide and that lockdown for the retake. Obviously, that round wasn't a possibility, but it shows the impact that this composition and these
I'm
players
confused
can
why they
bring
didn't bring anybody
to a
in, to
round
be
like
honest.
this one, where it seems like everything was against them. 5-0, and OR yet to find an answer.
And we highlighted Zeldris, and we also kind of mentioned Nilly and Nilly's mindset coming into this series, coming out of week 1, and obviously it not getting any easier. But Nilly is another large tool for this OR Esports team, and consistency in Nilly is consistency in the rest of the team. So this is a great start for Nilly and Zeldris, personally, individually, sure.
Guards
the rest
rolling.
of the team just
I mean,
cannot find it. The timing
we
is just a
expected this
little
to be
bit
quick.
off, right? The pistol round where they're going back and forth, they're a little unsure as where they want to end up, and they run right back into the guard. Even in that last round, the paint shells are just a moment too late, and the round prior, where they don't stack the C's on top of the paint shells to kill Trent back in that dugout. It's the minor things that hopefully this timeout for OR Esports are able to shore up. And now we can see this team that is so strong on Pearl continue to be that.
When OR went against M80, they were constantly pushing Art. They were constantly going for this mid control. Same thing that they're doing right now, right? But that information is information that the guard already has, and they take advantage of it perfectly. Zeldris, the key piece that you need to be alive, is no longer going to be there this round. And in the meantime, the guard, they don't have to do anything else. They know the push is going to end up on Art in some form or the other. The Owl Drone is going to spot just that.
Valen refusing to give up space here. He's playing a bit of an off angle. The first time catches Zeldris off guard. And with that information garnered, lockdown comes through. That's just going to take more time off the clock, and it's going to force decisions.
I don't know,
Right,
man.
force
Guard's looking
OR
really
Esports.
fucking good right now.
Well, they actually want to lean out towards B here. They still want to try and hit this site Util dealt with. And no defenders on it directly, so seemingly allowed to plant here. But the guard are still a player ahead.
They're going to go for the spike planted here.
Spike planted.
Off your feet!
Uncomfortable position though, but the Rolling Thunder is going to allow them to push forward. But making it pass though, it's not easy to do. A little bit of a crossfire early on. Still the numbers for the guard.
And the problem with the guard, though, is they're all coming from the same spots here. Everybody from spawn, and the cross is set up. Fragment goes out. Util starting to get dumped here. Liren Joan already dealt with. Okay, I said there's a problem, but maybe not. This Nilly battles back for 2. It doesn't matter. The guard are swift in their site take.
Bro.
And swift in their victory as a 6 will find its way on the board.
It's...
Everybody was alive. Everybody, like you said, was playing together, but it wasn't really an issue, right? OR and the spike planted. It wasn't planted towards long. They had to play up close, and
I don't even
the guard were ready for it.
know what to say.
To get that early crossfire, to get the early takedown, and even with the operator on the retake, it just seems like there was never an issue for the guard to deal with. Clean retake as well. As a guard, they get T6. There's another thing though, and especially it happens on that B side. Lear has to invest so much utility early on. And that is before the spike gets planted then doesn't have enough time to re-clear it. There's small things like that.
Yeah, I mean,
that
the big
OR
thing I guess
has
with
had to deal
entry,
with,
right,
not
is as
only
long as you can
here,
get a follow up on
just
it,
like
so
in
it's a
that last
trade.
round, but also when they were going against M80. So I would love to see how they played around it.
And can you buy enough space with your entry in? I wouldn't have said it was huge though, or you know. Is that kind of like the thought
It just
process behind it, essentially?
So brutal.
Right.
And it's always art. It's always art, and there's always a killjoy utility.
I mean, what is that? Hearing the footsteps? Is that what that was? Net hears the footsteps. First pops a nano swarm, then allows Alarmbot to do its job. Hunter Shiri comes through, so the lockdown won't have any contention in the next couple of rounds, but won't be had for the next couple of rounds. And the guard just doing the guard things here again.
Oh, he's
refusing
talking
give
to
up
me.
his
I'm
Millie.
learning.
He finds 2 for himself.
Because
Spike is
of
planted.
the titles that I
down here in OR
cast.
Esports. The weaponry, not the best in the world
Valorant's
here for
probably
Jonah. He's going to be next up to take this fight with Trent. And
what
he's
I'm
the
least
next one down. Valen low. As that turret is dealt with.
familiar
Really
with.
going to try and hold on. A Killjoy versus Killjoy. Net out on top. And there's just so much again from this guard defense. The layers of the util. The layers.
Although I'm less
of
familiar with
setup
the Rocket
for
League
everybody
scene,
around
but
the
like
map.
Rocket League
I
is
mean,
just
the
fucking
guard-
soccer.
How are the
Like,
guard
casting
taking so
soccer
much
is easy.
space without even really taking so much? They've got this world
so
where
good.
Tex just pushes all the way up B, and then there's literally
Only
nothing
sometimes
OR
on the
Esports can do
kickoff.
because Net
Oxy.
is inside the spawn, making sure nobody's link, and the defenders on A are so safe from Art because Net is also just doing that. It's so oppressive.
Yeah, and another reason why is that combination between Net on the Killjoy and Jonah P on the KO, where it is that Killjoy utility coming off and then Jonah P swinging off of it, with that KO already even providing so much information off contact when they didn't even need to. And like you said, that is granting and giving so much space for the guard to work with. And look, you go on the B side, this is what he talked about. You're gonna have to invest so much, and also, what a shot for Selgis to go down. You have to invest early utility just to make it a little bit closer, and there's an operator still all the way back.
Ooh. Yeah, things you hate to see at the start of the round. Fragment goes out. It's going to force a few players back.
there
They know
IVR
that Nilly's stuck in the
tonight,
corner,
too?
and they'll
Or am I
push him.
tripping?
And the lockdown is Tex. Will keep his teammate alive. No, Jonah P will just do it himself. It's the full house between Jonah P and Tex for another round win.
That is all those two playing it together. And that shouldn't be happening, right? For Jonah P to be pushing that lockdown? You know the Killjoy's gonna be up close, right? But nobody swings in time. And if they swing, they're gonna find Tex. It's just so well executed. What a nightmare setup to deal with anyways.
All right.
With a fragment behind that pillar. The guard, they make it to 8. Can they stop? It's another eco too.
I mean, we've seen crazier things. There is a chance.
8 to fucking nothing, dude.
Right, we can take a look at what that chance could be, right? Let's try and find that light at the end of the tunnel here for OR Esports. Obviously, 4 rounds.
Yeah.
Still on the docket. Nightfall for information. And they've got the space out towards mid. They forced Net off of this angle. He cannot stay and fight. Now Trent is going to be in an awkward spot. Sure, once they push onto the site, they'll be crunched between Tex and Net. And no, instead, they just leave Tex on the island. And they want
need
to
to hit up
concede
the
this
people
site.
over
Meanwhile,
at
look at the space being taken out towards
IVRL
B. OR
tomorrow.
Esports just getting completely crunched once more.
And just nobody pushing forward, nobody playing too aggressive. Maybe the only one is Tex, but nobody is there to take him down, especially with that operator. Are they even going to be expecting Tex here?
Okay.
Of course not. Not expecting him at all. Oh, no way. The fadeaway shot on Talir. I know this guy wants some more. The no-scope doesn't
Yo,
land.
nice
And his
backup
team
coming in.
knows
Oh,
he does it himself.
no.
Tex
Oh, my
for 4. Trent will cap it off for the investor flawless.
Here's
Wow.
just no
That's
Tex
insane.
is getting away with it. The operator gets 2, and then the friends is going to help out for the last ones. What a performance. the only player, the only one that was in a 4%, an aggressive position by
Wow.
himself was Tex, and look at the way that he handled
What a
it
play.
just perfectly.
No way they shut this out, right?
How did no frenzy bullet miss? Not a single frenzy bullet miss. I feel like somebody just dropped me on my head. And I'm sure OR Esports are feeling that same exact way. It was Tex picking him up and slamming him down powerbomb style in that round, making a statement. An uncharacteristic miss, sure, in this next one, but you know that you're not getting any more of those if you're OR Esports.
It's been so rough, right? It's been so back and forth. Again, there's the arc push that comes through at some point or the other, that swing that comes from it. And if not, it is this B hit where a retake is always ready. And that's what is going to happen. Again, just playing towards Link. Far back.
Yeah, I'm
Goes
trying
down,
to see it,
actually.
like, as far as schedule here.
Yeah, Jonah, usually good for his one. Dealt with early. Nagara player down once more. We haven't quite seen a retake like this. Good shock dart. Zlear just so low. Rolling Thunder comes through. Deals with the members. Trying to push on through. VNS, fortunately, also at the butt of that one. Knives are out. Valen gonna find that kill. Tex will fall, but Trent's still battling forward. The guard.
I didn't realize that was already starting. I lost track of time. Jeez, dude, it's about to be 10-0, brother.
To pick up the pieces.
What
As
the
the Cosmic Divide subsides, there's a stun here in just a few seconds, but he's got to fight his way to the spike, and Trent won't allow it. The retake, only losing one for the guard, is just as good as the last 9 rounds.
10
And another
to
one where the
nothing.
Cosmic Divide has a massive impact for the guard.
Texas
To
12
go
and
for it,
4.
Knowing there were even some ultimates, it was pretty much the same setup that they had early on for the retake. Playing towards Heaven and waiting for that Cosmic Divide to hit. Waiting
Like,
as well
nearly
for
getting
that
theirs,
Rolling
at
Thunder
least
to hit
shoot,
for the
10
setup of
10 and
OR.
9.
And knowing that OR, they were not going to play it long. They were going to play with some personal, where the guard feels more comfortable. And it's going to be
Jonah
incredibly
and Lear
frustrating, right? Not only you're down 10 rounds, but also it just feels like the
1
shots
in
aren't
20 between the
landing
two of them.
for OR. When they come down to those duels, it just doesn't seem to
Yeah,
be
it looks
enough,
like
and
it.
that is incredibly frustrating to.
And it's... You can't blame them. You know, again, they've had the hardest weeks. This is the next hardest series, and they already had a tough one last week. So coming into this play-in, the Titans that are the guard, you can't blame them for being a little shaky, for being a little nervous, especially when some of these players are still finding their way. But it's a good start here. They deal with the first one. They only get traded a little bit of damage. Fragment comes out. Shock Dart stops the plant. And
God.
it's starting to fall apart once more. A flash to the Cosmic Divide. Zeldris, unfortunately, going to get backstabbed as he tried to turn around. He couldn't quite win the duel, but the trade is there. So 3v3 is where we land as the stars come down once more. And Net wants to play inside. Has a turret. Has an alarm bot. Can maybe stop this plant. Cross being held. Nilly with a good kill. Make it 2. It's a winnable round. But Trent can do Trent things here. Nanoswarm onto the spike. Player main. Player dugout or Cubby. That one dealt with. The player main dealt with. Oh my god, Trent made it look doable, but finally, OR Esports are on the board.
I got so scared for a second, turned into a 1v1, but Jonah just able to enter in time. First round here, though, for OR Esports. It's a long way to go if they want to make it at least close on this map. A map that we saw them win against MA week. But I feel like more than it speaks about
All right, no shutout.
it's speaking so about how good the guard are. I mean, just absolutely insane performances from every single one of these players. Another A-hit attempt here early on. Operator. First one to potentially get contact here. But no, it's gonna be just getting the orb, backing up. The last round.
I think it's if I had to guess, it's something with OBS, or they might be using vMix, but it's definitely within.
And we go back to the silence. Here in the attack for OR Esports, playing it slow, playing around the map. Leaning out.
And I think
towards
it's
B.
mostly the one.
There.
NS making sure nobody pushes aggressively. The rest of the team working their way through Link. They're going to have to answer to Jonah P again.
It seems like not the Astra for, and that was the indication even before hearing anybody on Link. Jonah P already knew where this.
This guy a one-man machine. Not a play on the KO, but actually a one-man machine. He's just holding them in place. There's no way that OR Esports can deal with the bot. It is Jonah P. 3 kills on the round. The last 2 sure are still there. But with 13 seconds on the clock, they have to get that spike planted.
Hunter's
They
Fury
have
comes
to
in.
defend the lockdown,
Oh,
but
man.
they can't. The spike has fallen. VNS is nowhere
Brother.
near it. And the guard do it again. It's 11-1 at the half.
11-1 at
An
half.
insane score,
shit.
but for the guard and for the guard fans, this is exactly what you expected to see. This is the guard that everybody's talking about.
13-1, we think,
Unstoppable.
chat?
Getting every single one of those duels. It's ridiculous what this team was able to do. I know they talked about it in the interview last week. They've been practicing since October of
Yeah,
last
this is
year.
tough
That
to
is
watch,
more
man.
practice than anybody else, more experience than anybody else at the top level, even international level. And it's just really showing off in the lobby.
Man.
Okay, this is the part of the broadcast, though, where we find once more that ray of hope for OR Esports. This is their strong side. They went 9-3 against M80 and brought it all the way back here on defense. Now, as you would expect, 2 more rounds go the way of the guard because they are assumed to be the best team. But OR Esports can still find a way. They only gave up 1 round on their defense against M80, and they have that 1 round of wiggle room. It won't mean a map win, but it will mean an overtime.
If this gets
You're
13-1,
gonna
that
wait
fucking
so
over-under of
patiently
12's
down.
out the fucking door, ain't it?
Was actually looking at mid, making sure nobody was going to make that push. And this is something that he likes to do on the Astra on this map, just going for a lurk, even after that spike gets planted and getting some right timing. But it doesn't matter. The flash, the combination of utility just seems to be good enough.
No one on side. They've got complete control now.
More than good enough. More than good enough
Do we
are the
need
guard.
anything else?
And if you're OR Esports, what can you do? Boombot goes out for information. Doesn't find a whole lot. Push inside the smoke, and BNS already dealt with. Dash away to safety.
Bro.
Long-range battle goes the way of Jonah P.
It's just like,
Really
even
left to
just
pick
like
up
the
pieces
1v1s.
and
Not even like when
invest
they're
flawlessly
like
to push to 12.
swinging with multiple players. It's
Round
just
for the guard to close a map that-
individually, undoubtedly
compared
better.
to the match that we saw before has been incredibly fast, right? Every single map from the match number 1 of today was so back and forth between 2 teams, and this one is just a statement from the guard. How good they are at this map,
Was
how
how
good
many
they are against
sushi-
OR Esports, and OR still trying to find any opportunities, any spaces to get something done, and that's gotta be the stingers.
The guard are seemingly just in a league of their own. As I say
Yeah.
that, though, we go right-click, burst battles. And the Stinger
I have a feeling,
best
though,
to pull
and I'm not
on
going to say that
doesn't
there are going to
feel
be a lot
great,
of other
but
games that are like
for
this
Esports,
bad
they
of
have to have that
lashings.
one. Meanwhile,
But we'll
Nilly,
definitely see the
Nilly's
guard
just in
beat
a
up on some
grinder here
teams
in a
this
rough
season.
spot.
They seem to be in their bag. Like, extremely in their bag right now.
No, 3 of those stars. Just doing anything to slow down the guard for what could be the last round, but there's phantoms in their hands and players as well. Nearly low.
Spike down.
Jonah, though, good answer.
Jonah?
And that's a great answer. That's everything you needed from Jonah. A beautiful stun. He capitalizes off the back end. He finds a 4. Tech's still alive, but only for a moment. And there it is. You can stop holding your breath now. OR Esports, they hang on. They find a second round, and they did so in thrifty fashion.
And that just took a little bit of everything that the OR Esports had, but this is just what you have to do, right? When you're going against the guard, taking it with all those stars, with all that patience,
And remember, this is OR Esports map
We got to
too.
see
Let's not
side,
forget
and
that. That's something to really like
They just need those numbers to make things even.
keep in mind when we head towards bind. I love how that rhymed. When that wasn't even the attention on my mind. It's kind of crazy.
Bit more scattered are the guard here, looking for individual plays. Tex turns on the winds, forced to dash away. Tailwind now expended, but a bit of damage taken. And Jonah happy to scare off the Jet. The other Jonah, though. The other Jonah.
When you say side bigger than greater than map, is that just because most teams at this level their map pool is diverse enough? Is that why you'd say that, Oxy?
It's just
I know you said you
much
coached in
respect that has to be
PLQs.
given, right, to the guard, even with these kind of guns, even with these kind of weapons in their hands.
30 seconds left.
And Jonah's gonna want to creep up for this one. Zeldris,
Oh, no.
good to punish there, expecting somebody wanting to look for an upgrade. Exactly the case. Turret gets information and Nilly lines up 2 and takes him down, make it 3.
Yeah.
Wants a 4th, he'll find a 4th. It's Nilly's round.
Nice, good control here for the defense for Nilly. Yeah, and good for 4 and keeping
So
OR
12-3, probably. What do we think?
as much as you can.
13-3. I
Anything
think
that
that's
it
what
takes.
we were saying
Nilly
earlier.
has had
A couple
a
people
good
were
map
saying.
overall. You look at the kills, you look at
Down B. One enemy remaining.
the way that he's playing around that utility, even the Astra, to get something done. It's been good. It's just the guard overall having, well, it seems to be that better coordination, right?
Mm-hmm.
The better synergy that it really seems to be unmatched. But now, back in track with those rifles. Is the guard on attack? There's 2 players up close.
It's a good read from OR Esports. A couple of players close to their ultimates, whether it be the Knives or it be the Hunter Shuri. They know the guard aren't going to play for that orb. They try and punish early, but at the end of the day, they have to sacrifice.
And the ultimate that is going to be available is that Hunter's Fury in the hands of Trent. Just sounds like a nightmare to deal with as well. For post-pull scenario, even early on, as Trent likes to do it sometimes.
So they're going to go ahead and try and
very
rotate back
early
towards
on, get some information.
mid?
That's when the Hunter's Fury goes down, gets 1, and there it is, numbers advantage. So many good possibilities for the guard to be able to close it out here. And Seldris is the strongest
Take it
one
through
here
A-Link here,
on this A
or
side that
through
has to
Art,
shut it
sorry,
down.
then
But
into
look at
A-Link.
how far back he's playing, right? With the operator.
Nowhere to run.
Ooh.
Here comes that Hunter Shuri. Oh, and there's just nowhere to go
Yeah,
for
30
VNS.
seconds
He's
left.
just completely corralled as the boom bot will also be dealt with. Paint shells out and over
There
the
it is,
top. The side
13-3. It looks like it's going to be the
Tex,
final score
he
here, I
didn't need
think,
the orb
chat.
to find his ultimate. He's now got it in way of kills as Nilly creeps on up. He grabs a kill onto net. He'll now have to deal with Jonah P, and the rest of the squad are pushing through, and Jonah's just running and gunning as it's all up to Lear with a Vandal. Zeldris with an operator in a 2v4. Zeldris will look to take the high ground. His head is spotted, the body is shot, and it's Jonah P. It eventually falls. 1 kill now away from the paint shells, the swing from the knives, and Tex takes matters into his own hands, and the guard will close the book here on Pearl
All right,
and deliver a second loss to
13-3.
OR Esports on this map.
Well, it's looking like the over on the
A
12
dominant
rounds is looking
performance
pretty
here
promising.
for the guard from beginning to end.
Wow.
Everything that we saw, it just feels like it was going according to plan in every way possible. I mentioned it, right? Even those duels, they gave that 50-50 chance for OR to take. The guard were just doing it better.
Probably, yeah.
And Seldris, that big win condition on Pearl when they were going against M80 just was not here. Never really got contested with the operator on that B side. Went for that A approach and had to play far back because they were expecting the Aldrone to come through, the Dart as well. And even for the last round, the Hunter's Fury from Trent, it was just composition and a combination of utility that the guard likes to bring that is so oppressive to the enemy.
Yeah, I think that point on utility is nail on the head, especially as a Raze, right? Not that I'm saying that this is not a Raze map, but when the Raze wants
Shut
to
the
go,
fuck up, Moon.
you don't necessarily have options after you toss down your blast packs. So when you're pushing through Art, you start to blast pack as Zeldris, and then you're immediately met with the Nano Swarm. Then you try and push again, and you're immediately met by that Alarm Bot. Not that it was just Net that did it, but the util usage from the Alarm Bot and Nano Swarm out towards Art, the turret inside Link, then you want to try and hit B, and unfortunately you're running into Jonah P, who is just absolutely a brick wall of a defender. I mean, that was so incredibly oppressive, and it's exactly why, Dryad. We talked about it coming into this map that the guard had something cooking, and I mean, hey, the girl was fired up. The girl was fired up. OR Esports, yeah.
It's so good, and I love how clean it is, right? Because if you're a guard fan, this is how clean
All right,
you
Jim, I'm
want
gonna plug in my
every single
phone.
map to be from them.
He's rushing real
Every
quick.
game has to be a statement game to prove that the guard are on a whole another level, and that's exactly what they've done in this series to get us started, but there is more to come. It's Bind on the docket right after this.
I would honestly choose to live on Lotus, considering like how nice it is and how spacious it is. I think other than that, I don't think I would choose any other maps because I think Lotus is actually a beautiful map. So
for me, I would want to live on Breeze so I can go fishing every day. It's all good. Beach every day sounds great to me.
Probably Lotus, honestly. Like I really enjoy that map. Just going, like, it's really easy to work around. Like if I'm living, it's really easy to get to all places on the map. Like you got the doors and everything. I can get through everywhere.
Maybe I would choose Bind just because it's kind of like Arizona and I'm from Arizona. I think that's probably my best answer.
Before I do that, I'm gonna go ahead and mute this. I heard it as I was walking out of my room into the other room. All right, be back, chat. probably been talking and I'm an asshole so bad.
Top of this, Tanner. Guard went to Iceland
Sorry,
for
I
an
went and took
international
my
event. This is the first time that OR is competing in this.
out.
They were the
My
last
bad.
team to qualify through the LCQ. Even though they earned their spot just like everyone else, and they did it with a big win over Sonics, effectively murdering that team. This is kind of where we thought the series would go. It's just unfortunate because we said it. It's like back-to-back weeks. They're facing off against really difficult opponents.
Very, very difficult opponents. And for OR Esports, comfortability would be key against a strong team like the Guard. But comfortability does not beat a team that is more comfortable. Unfortunately, that's just not enough. Some of my notes coming into this for OR Esports from last series to this one is they typically have relatively low cast as a team. So you're not having people finding kills, assists, the survivability is not there. But I think most importantly, the trades are what's missing. And the way that the Guard in any situation, even players down, the way that they played off of one another, I mean, a masterpiece. It was impossible for OR Esports to even wrap their head around what was happening in these retakes or in these site hits. The Guard played so beautifully together.
I think, you mentioned your notes. My notes for this would be to take notes. Dryad, I think you touched upon it. Like, this is a learning experience for this team.
Yeah.
They're playing against a team that is of very high caliber, very well respected in the scene. Some honestly look at this team as a team that probably should have made VPP in their minds. And that's obviously to be discussed at a larger level than just here. This is a team that did really well last year. So
so they finished the deal with Charlotte, huh?
Going to be difficult. So ultimately, don't get down because you're losing.
KD.
Figure out how to take what's happening now.
So you mentioned a lava map in a
failure is just a way to
newer tactical shooter, VR tactical shooter that I'm trying to get into shoutcasting for, called Veil VR. They've got a lava map that actually looks really fucking cool.
The match itself, it's difficult by itself because you're going against the Guard, but because you're coming from a map where you would potentially think it was going to be at least a little bit closer, something like 6 rounds, and that wasn't even the case, right? And those win conditions that they had against M80 just were not there. So you're coming down and you're really looking forward to reset and see what can be done. But we just know how strong the Guard are, especially with this momentum going on for them. We know you're not going to let it go.
To the benefit of OR Esports, at this point in the series, though, you have absolutely nothing to lose. You have absolutely nothing to prove.
That's fair.
Going into Pearl, there's so much pressure because you guys are almost perfect on this map. You have to win everything on Pearl. You have to beat everybody on Pearl. Now that it's by the wayside, they can come into bind,
research
go
tomorrow,
caution to the wind, and just play however they want to play. There are no expectations.
Make sure I'm still getting on the desk.
We wish OR Esports the best of luck. The Agent Select is ready for map number 2. The Guard coming off an impressive map 1 victory. It's going to be a difficult and uphill journey for OR to try to force this to a 3-map series, and it seems like it may not be in the cards, but Agent Select is ready. Take it away.
Thank you again, Bach. Agent Select here for map 2, Dryad. I can't expect any Yorus here, but what I can expect is hopefully OR Esports to play a bit more loose, to play a bit more fluid, and again, play like they have nothing to lose, because they really don't. They're not expected to win Bind. I don't even know if they were expected to win Pearl, even though they're 11-1 on the map. But now that it's gone by the wayside, they can just play their game.
And the compositions are going to look exactly the same for the two teams, but one thing that we got to see last week, right, and we didn't see it being maybe the most highlighted thing about the Garden, the way that they won Bind, but it's Trent for the first time playing this duelist role here, this Raze role here on Bind, and it feels like more than anything they did exactly what we saw in Pro, right? A lot of combinations with the utility, a lot of ways to shut down and slow down potentially that aggression that we saw from DSG last week. But for OR, it feels like when you're playing that mirror match, it's just so scary, right? Because the better coordinated team should be able to take down those duels to play for those
how have you been liking the grind back into Apex last couple days?
History tells us anything, that is the Guard should be better.
Switching back away, back from...
That they should. It's game time here for map 2. We load into Bind. And the Guard looking to keep this win streak moving forward. They're looking to add some extra
Bind we go.
Tallies, some extra rounds in that differential to try and cement their spot in first place. We'll see if OR Esports Can put up a fight for it. I mean, aggression's on the docket here, Dryad.
You
Look
gotta
at
feel
this.
like OR Esports needs to come out swinging, right?
And as aggressive as he gets for a quick entry into Lamps, but it's not gonna find anything just yet, though. And it seems like on the defense, right, for OR, you're gonna give up that space for a little bit.
Spike planted.
Snake Bite already used from OR Esports. Nilly didn't have that piece of utility to try
Are they
and delay that
rotating
spike
out?
plant any longer. So it will go down and the crunch will come through, but the guard are
No.
ready for it.
They're coming for the swing.
Players
I'm an
watching the
idiot. Never
flank
mind.
here. And the bullets are flying, but the bodies are starting to drop.
Big
And unfortunately, it's not in
shots.
flavor of
Oh!
OR Esports. I don't know what flavor we're getting here. It's not a good one for the defense. It's red here for the guard. So I'm assuming something cherry, something strawberry, maybe something watermelon as we close it out. It's 4 kills for the IGL and the player we highlighted in this series. And the guard pick up right where they left off.
Almost another ace. The second one that he would get in Challengers so far, but only makes it to 4. It's just playing so well, regardless, though, right? You have 2 players watching that same angle, expecting that push to come through. And it is just one of the things that you have to job with, right? Your Sentinel is only a Sage. You know that the Sage wall is going to get invested to get that spike planted, and everybody from OR going for a similar approach. Doesn't work out, so pistol round, going to set up the guard, and now wanting to take a little bit more of that B control. There's 3 players here, though. Even when we got to see last week the guard and a couple of the rounds where they struggle, it was because they were not really accounting for the aggression that DSG was bringing to them, maybe clear on the race. But you don't have the factor really with OR. You don't always have Seldras going in,
Bro,
especially on this defensive
everyone
drive.
from
So
OR
it
is
becomes
over on
a lot
B.
easier for the guards to
They
just
just have
take
to
care
site
of
all
these
themselves on
situations.
A.
Going to the post plants. I mean, and you have a Viper.
Oh, Jonah, I thought I was
You're
going to be able to
have a
get
Sage as well
one,
for the
maybe even
delay.
2.
You're gonna have the paint shells. There's so much to invest.
OR Esports, very, very desperate to find a kill out towards B long. The entire time, Jonah P's been on the wrong side of the map. Meanwhile, the spike is planted, and 2 players were still hoping to find the kill out towards long to get a weapon in their hands. But the play call has 5 players stack up inside the spawn.
I love the switch to swap weapons there to give him the shorter range weapon to
play
switch
exits,
around this
Try
corner.
and strip away some of the weaponry that the guard brought into this
Valen.
round. Valen walks on up. Oh, a few players jump on through. He still finds his one, and now it's just left to die to the spike as the kill feed floods in green. The guard happy to have their second.
I can't believe they're Vipers dumping all that shit in the air.
2 rounds here.
Yo, chat, I appreciate y'all
And
vibing
even
and
with
hanging
all
out with your boy.
players
We're going to
live,
be doing
right,
this again
the
tomorrow, man.
weapons were not the
Same
strongest.
bat
They
time,
usually
same
not
bat channel.
really present for OR. So
We'll probably also
it's trying
do
to dive
Friday. I just
to
don't
the
want to promise
spike and
Friday yet.
Try to go next here.
Because I got RLCS casting during
So
the
the guard
day.
is not looking too bad, right? When you have those bulldogs, you have the close range and that long range covered for the most part. And last map, they did.
And then I don't know what I got this
They won that
weekend
third
yet.
round. They made it look fairly simple, but OR, they want another story to be told here in Bind, and we're gonna see if they can make it happen.
I think all eyes on Valen in this round. I think that orbital strike is going to be a big piece of utility that helps the guard win this round. If not win the round, close the gap on what you were saying, right? Is these weapons maybe doing a bit
Like, we
better
might even watch
in these
some
closer ranges.
Rocket League
We'll
watch party
see how
over
they
here. I don't
choose to
know,
pilot
maybe.
that one is information picked up by Jonah 6 that players are out towards B long.
Actually, you know what? I'm going to take that back
key thing
because
here-
lock-in starts next week.
It's gonna be
so
that information early on, but yeah, you talked about it. The orbital
Probably
strike is
not,
gonna
but
get
we'll at least be
invested. Nobody though. It's gonna get
watching
caught in
Friday
it.
if I can. It's all about how I feel
Oh,
after
no
casting.
shot. Nilly falls asleep. No way. Trent does it again. They just look to take the fights. The blast backs make things a little weird.
I'm
Zelda
hoping
tries
they
to
should
find
be
the
able to
spam.
sweep
Incendiary
their
at his
group.
feet, though. It's gonna force
Boys
Trent
look
forward,
solid. They
but,
just had a bad draw
I mean, at this
last
point in the round, what do you even do? Net gonna get
event.
caught on the flank, so this one may be a bit more digestible. No, OR Esports, they just want to save.
So
Oh, and
the one that
really
I'm
backing up,
casting
right?
is
You
the
have
Winter
3
Cup
players, it was
out of
still
the
doable, but
Sub-Saharan region.
that positioning from
think
the guard just a little
One
too
of the other
strong, and
regions has
looking
their
for the
Winter
kills
Cup
as well.
this weekend too, right?
having some fun with it. It is the same thing, right? And the question is if that third round is going to go the same way or not, but it just a matter of time before guard, they get to 3. They continue building that economy, and you can tell they're
Dude,
feeling
lock-in's
themselves.
gonna be fucking lit. I can't wait.
Yeah, on the hunt.
I can't
Gonna
send
be.
the skin, please. Okay.
I mean, at the end of the day, the desired result is found. VNS dies to tech, so another weapon stripped away. You already mentioned the economy. It's great on the side of the guard. They're all right to reinvest into this one. And Valorant says, guys, I'm just going to hang on the Bulldog. I don't see why not. This is going to be an awful buy for OR Esports. That's a tough pill to swallow in their first buy round.
Yeah, absolutely. It goes down the same way. I think the win condition here for OR is going for a little bit of what we saw from DSG from Clear last week, and it was that like over aggression.
No, it looks like most
with the
other
raids, just
regions.
satcheling into backside, trying to surprise and catch the guard off guard. So
nice.
Can they
Or
actually
the following
make it happen though?
weekend.
Because you see that hesitation from Celsius, right? You get that support, you get your Sky next to you, but
Europe
still
is this
doesn't seem to be
weekend.
enough. What about a trade though?
Europe or LCS.
That's the duality of player right there. Nilly picks up the kill, doesn't feel comfortable enough to push forward, and Zeldra's feeling a little too
Just
comfortable.
going in.
Yeah.
Even after knowing that there were a couple players in that area, and still managed to get nothing. Spike planted. 2 remaining here. Lear and
Player
Nilly
standing.
with not too much to do. And it just becomes easier and easier. This is exactly what I was saying for the guard, right? When it comes
Yo,
to
should
the
I-
combination
should I,
of utility that we see early on, that early presence just seems to be doing the job.
This one stings. At the end of the day, it was a lighter buy for OR Esports, so they're going to have an investment
Yeah.
I
into
should
the
pull
next
up
round,
through,
even if Nilly dies here. Well, Nilly's a
Critical
little low.
stream
He
when
might
he's
be
doing watch
light
party
shields or
on
a little lesser on
Saturday.
utility, so he does want to save this Phantom.
Or
But he
Friday. I
can.
should say.
The rest of the team behind him should be able to bring in something. Unfortunately, they've shown us something, and it wasn't quite enough.
Bro, OR Esports
feel
is
like it
getting
gets so scary
absolutely
when we
slapped
see
around right now.
Round after round after round of save, trying at least to save those rifles for OR. It feels like you see it once in a while and it makes sense. You're trying to save that economy, but then you're trying to play it too safe. And against the guard, you can't really do that, right? You actually need that aggression that I talked about from Sellers. Going in, double satcheling, trying to get some value with that initiator, with that guiding
Like,
light.
I know I said guard was going to come in on a mission,
Just
but
looking
my
for any
goodness.
form of green light for this team.
We've got a bit of a yellow light. Another wall up. Inside showers. That'll slow things down. It doesn't seem like the guard are respecting the yellow, though. Instead of slowing down, they're going to speed up. Make it through the intersection before it turns red. Meanwhile, the rest of the team has already worked their way up short. Just behind the Trailblazer is net. And
Oh,
he's going to net himself a kill. Nilly falls, gets trapped up by the guards. Viper and the site has been conceded again. So a 4v5 for OR Esports. And what do they have to play with? They've got Seekers of their own, but they need to find a kill. They're trying to play together. They've all backed
I
off the
honestly
site,
don't think
and the guard are
OR
happy.
Oh,
They're
man.
happy with that.
even with those seekers, right? It's so difficult. Even an
He walled
incendiary
himself.
kill from far away.
He
I don't even know
wa-
what to say to this.
No. What was that wall? Somehow, someway, an incendiary kill happened. And it's forced OR Esports to once again save. Going to peek and make sure it's only 2 rifles instead of 3. Net. Now looking to go aggressive. No
Ooh.
way. Shots through the wall. I mean, the read is just perfect. And the guard are playing perfect.
Bro, 5-0. 4 rifles still standing. Nobody
be
has
so
died less
frustrating
than
for the
2
Zerbo
times. Or nobody has died more than 2 times.
Going for different approaches, going for different ideas.
Yeah. OR
Or
Esports
that
definitely
sage wall
calling
to
a
slow
timeout's a
down the
good idea.
push into showers, and still all those plans, they don't really have the impact. It is a little bit similar to what we saw from OR when they were going against M80 on Haven, where the topic of conversation was, where is Seldris? because the team, as of right now, because it is a team that, you know, doesn't have the guard experience, doesn't have the crazy experience that other teams have, it's gonna be really taking advantage of it and trying to rely on soldiers for those duels and for that early presence. And if that's not there, then you can see how much
they're giving up way too much. Especially against a team like the guard, man. You gotta give them some resistance.
I need.
Otherwise, they will dead ass walk
go
all
back
over
and
you.
look at that round. Did Tex walk up, wall, pipes, and then Valen mollied it, and Lear died to it?
Maybe.
The way that if that's what happened, the way that it happened, it makes no sense to me because Tex was so far off the site.
It felt really weird, right? To even see the kill coming up.
That's just the guard doing guard things.
Yeah, you already know.
D'Angelo Russell
I've said
going
that
back
phrase
to Lakers, huh?
6 too many times on the broadcast, but they just keep doing it. They just keep doing guard things. They just continue to prove.
You just can't really picture any other team coming up with microplays and strategies the way that the guard do. They're so creative. They're so unique to them as well, and I feel like that is what it makes it so difficult to go against them.
Oh no. Can't spot it.
Oh no.
Should be dealt with. No, Trent actually falls. Good 1-for-1.
At least have a
Stinger's still
trade.
proven to be
That's the important thing. You at least have a
proficient
trade.
in the close range battles. Unfortunately, that was one Stinger of, well, the rest of the Thrifty round, which is basically 4K invested in total for all of OR Esports. Down, gonna get the spike planted. Post plant readily available should they need it. Net plane off the site. We'll find the kill on the first.
I mean, maybe they figured they wanted to practice post plans
He is
instead
ready
of
for the next. It's gonna be
losing
Nilly
just 1v1s
pop
against
their way
better
on up in the middle of
players.
The timing just escaping
Would that be
one
a thing?
another. And the other two for OR Esports, they're walled up.
Yeah,
Is there a possibility of that anyways?
They're stuck. They don't have the best weapons to break the wall as well to make it fast, and all that. Just time that works out so well for the guard as they make it to 6. The executing to B also looks so different for the guard. They get that early pick, they get that early trade, and oftentimes we see the paint chills going backside. We also see the snake bite as well as the slow, everything. But you're saving so many of those for way longer than they would have to, right? Because I don't really see that early and that over-aggressive contest from OR Esports.
Right, no, I'm just
This
saying,
should
like,
be a
maybe
big
they
one,
figure
though.
they
Rifles, and
fucking
they have
practice
the
retakes
defense.
against the best team instead
3,
of
potentially
playing
4
against,
ultimates
you know.
available. And an early pick, good way to start it off, though. Again,
Practice.
traded Trend ready for it.
No, I get you.
And that's not bad, though, right? If you're going to kill anybody on this team, you absolutely want to kill Valen. Not only does he lead from the front in way of value, but one controller off the table, and Net's utility has already been placed. He can't put that wall down in any other way to try and help him on this A site. They're obviously going to have a hard time pushing through this Viper pit as well, so Nilly hits the domain expansion, and that's going to flip the guard on their head. Meanwhile, Jonah 6 out
Oh,
towards
not
the
a
fountain.
game. Not a game.
He might get more than he bargained for
Talking
here,
about
and
practice.
that's exactly the case. There's 3 players there, only 1 peaks, and it's Trent to win the duel out this time around, getting revenge for that round previous.
There's actually 2 of those players for OR Esports playing inside of the Viper's pit. It means the only one is going to be up close here, but we talked about those ultimates. So many of them were available. So many of them are going to be invested, actually. And numbers, actually, for OR in what feels like forever.
And Jonah P, the linchpin in this round, though.
30
It's going to take a
seconds
long
left.
rotate if the guard want to get
Needs
back
to
out
get this
towards
one.
B. And yes, if he could find this kill, it would be absolutely huge and confirming this B hit. But he doesn't. DNS
Enemy remaining.
wins the duel. Nilly inside his pit. Going to spot the
Oh.
barrel, spots the arms, and takes him down. Or Esports are on the board.
OR Esports gets their first one on the board sooner.
Finally on
Let's
the
go.
board for OR Esports. Earlier than
Put 'em up.
what we got to see on Pearl. And having to invest that res and that Viper spin. Keeping 2 of the players there, right? Just sometimes we sometimes we just see that Viper up close. Well, because of the angle and the push where it can be coming from the guard, it was a good adaptation
Let's go.
for OR. Now, they don't have too much. The guard. The satchel into showers. He's going for that aggression again.
Got the ult door,
I
but the
didn't
question is, do they
realize
still
the
push
gun
up?
combo,
I think so. I mean, you're already
the
so
Raze
committed,
Cat
right?
Phantom for Trent. Shout out Trent for that one. They also invested, by the way, OR Esports, in Orbital Strike in that last round. So it was a very costly round in way of ultimates.
Yeah, absolutely. And they had all those ultimates available when sometimes it takes all of that to get that first round right, to get something going on, and you want to get it as early as possible, so it had to be that round number 7. But Tex has an operator, by the way. And I feel like that's been the story for the guard. Everybody can hold an operator at any point, and you just have to be ready for it.
Yep. You just have to absolutely give respect to the up here. Orbital Strike in response, let's clear things out.
Guard
Close
clearing
showers. Meanwhile, out towards short. Trent and Jonah P making quick work of the defense.
Oh, wow.
But speaking of quick, look at this flank. It's so fast. Trapping
Jonah?
P here on the site for a second as Jonah 6 works his way on up. He'll find his kill, but there for the trade was Trent. And 2 players to the good are the guard.
And a little bit closer, but still
And guard's
not
doing
enough
a
to
good
close it
job of only losing, you know, player,
in
what,
that
2 players?
1v2
1 player?
for OR Esports.
You can see in their KD, it's been 8 rounds and nobody's died more than 4
And a rough
times.
fight once again. Seldris, showstopper. And then, I believe 2 rounds ago now, where we saw that entry towards A, he got his 1. And wanting to go for the aggression, the showstopper is a perfect opportunity to do so, but what hope do you have for the other side? For the distance, for the actual Guardians to connect good enough? It's all trades.
And that's the worst part. It is all trades. That is the strength of the guard. We saw it in map 1. We get it again in map 2. Here comes the showstopper though. Trent gonna clear his corners, sends that shot right back, and it's too much base for Nilly to handle. There's a player ahead now. It's a pit to work through for OR Esports. And both defenders, the only 2 remaining, are on opposite sides of the map. They're gonna try their hand at linking up. But with the Sheriff and a Phantom, what can they get done? Trent's gonna drop down, pushes up, takes care of the Sheriff. Now only the Phantom to work with. The spikes on the outside of the pit. Wow, Trent, okay, just ready on the angle. What a shot there. And Lear, much like the Phantom in his hands, becomes a ghost as the guard will find their 8th.
No, I don't really like this map. I don't really like to play this map, but I'm kind of sad that we're not going to see it in future weeks because I love seeing Trent and Brace. I mean,
same.
It has been so fun. Honestly, I love him on Sova, and I think he's just an insane player overall, but there's Raze. I don't know how much more that we can get with everything
So
that
the
he's
guard
doing,
is
right? And the way that he
very,
just
very.
works
So I
together
don't
along with the
know.
guard.
So is
Seems
this
so,
the
so
guard
clean. Got to
being
see last week,
dominant,
and
or
we
is
get a
this
little bit
just
more
how
today.
bad OR Esports is?
I've got your
Jonah v Jonah, and Jonah comes out on top. Sky v Sky.
I think
Sky
what's
comes out
scary.
on top of the Seekers come through, and that's going to put Nilly in a tough spot. He's going to try and run to safety, but Trent too quick onto the site in way of the blast packs. Is Valen once more allowed to plant this spike, working towards that orbital strike.
Once
Meanwhile, the
again, a
defense,
flank.
scattered the wrong side of the map. We've got Lear on his lonesome.
But again, it just feels so late. It feels like the timing is off for these to come through, for these to be effective. What a shot as well to take down Seldris. Oh, Pure VNS almost fighting back.
Yeah, that
It's
was
still, but
The reason I
a
ask
shot
Moon,
from Tex.
Clean.
You
Responded
take
to
away
by 2 beautiful shots.
the map
from Pure
that they
VNS,
stole
but
from
it's not
M80,
enough.
1310, and they have lost. Granted,
yeah, that's why I said, right, that the
M80,
timing for
as I
these
said in my
flanks
video
and
that I
for
dropped
these regions,
yesterday,
seems off.
like for a lot of
More
people
often than not for OR.
vote for
They're pushing
preseason
for
like
long,
second
they're
place
pushing
in the
for
league.
Luka, and at that point, the guard
You
have
know,
already cleared
13-6,
what is the backside
13-1,
and what is elbow to
and
make
then
their job a little bit
13-3
easier
here.
to get the last couple frags. In the last couple rounds here of this first half for OR, for the fans of OR, you're hoping it goes their way, but now expecting the aggression read so well.
I mean, yeah, it's
like we aren't even at
point,
26
right?
round wins
Have to do something crazy
yet
to start
for
to win
OR
these
Esports
rounds,
this season.
they're pushing aggressively, trying to find timings that are going to catch the
Kinda
guard
crazy.
off guard. That was the call here for round 11. Unfortunately, it did not come to fruition the way that they were hoping.
Yeah, absolutely not. And then the secrets have to be invested. They didn't really give you too much. They didn't really say too much.
I said in my video, I think OR Esports has the potential to
Just
still
using
finish off
everything here.
3-2.
Those were the two ultimates available that OR had, and they got nothing.
When you look at their roster and talent.
As a blast pack will force the defuse to come off, but the kills are coming through, and Jonah 6 with 3 HP. Gonna cut it down to Jonah P, who tries to spray on through, and OR Esports have done it. And eBay Thrifty here for their second round, 9-3 doable here for the defense.
Oh, what an odd round.
Set
So
up
back and
the
forth,
9-3
2 players remaining
curse.
here. And just played so well. The orbital strike didn't get anything, but at least they managed to clear that side, a part of the map, for that defeat to come through, for OR to make it to 2 rounds. So hey, you take anything at this point. If you're on this side. Last round here could
Yeah, they really need to make sure they win against the Skies on the first.
9-3. Well, OR haven't been able to win those rounds in a row, right? So that is one of the biggest problems that they're gonna have here.
A good start though. Trent low HP. They can look to deal with that raise. He's still healthy enough to send out the util though. Oh, not healthy enough to get through the incendiary. VNS, good start to the round. Unfortunately, he's dealt with, and Fallon gets 2 right back, but not before Jonah pushes through a res and a kill. And just like that, the Garter back in the driver's seat, 1 player ahead, as Lear and Zeldris can only hope to pick up the pieces here. Spike to be planted. Showstopper out. Unfortunately, Zeldris doesn't quite make it through the door. Shots into hookah, and it's only damage traded. No, that rocket gets absolutely nothing. So the paint shells are trying to keep him at bay, and it's all up to Zeldris. Net low in HP.
I
so
like
he'll tuck
DSG
away.
too.
Jonah P.
Moon.
First to play the tap. Net with no utility. As the flash comes through, it finds
I
nothing.
think this guy's
Jonah now
really good.
looking to swing, gonna play the jump peek, and the health it continues to whittle away, but Zeldris has to go aggressive and make the play.
The problem for OR
1v2
Esports, man, is
against
they
all
really are in the
odds. Jonah P just
tougher
playing the jiggle so perfect, and shots through the wall will be enough. From 11-1 to 10-2, the guard keep the lead at the half.
Now the second map where the guard gets double digits before we even get to see the second half, right? What an insane performance
Is nearly like AZ
from this team
slang.
so far. And I think a really good showcase of it is the
Or
exchange
something.
of utility that we saw early on this B side, with the pain shows going back and forth, with the incendiary actually managing to get a kill. And even with how quick the trades are to happen, you think for a second OR are gonna play a 5v4, a 5v3, and the guard just answers back, goes for the rest. There's always something more that they're ready to do and planning to do. Pistol round is everything that you're holding on to for OR.
The fact that Russell Westbrook is going to the Jazz is hilarious.
They have
He's
to have
not going to get
something
along with those fans.
Funky hooked up here for the attack. I mean, the guard, assuming they live up to their name here and playing defense. 5 players here, Dryad. All 5 A short. Oh, well, make it 4. Make it 4. Trent just goes fishing through the smoke, and he comes out with one of the largest catches that you could hope for. Paint shells should also do some damage here on the planter, and Lear, who does sneak away, only taking minimal damage, and incendiary will stop the push through U-Haul, and there's a wall to deal with.
It's still very much doable here for OR. There's a crossfire, but as the wall goes down, it becomes so much more difficult to get any value out of it. This Trend managed to get 2. Net coming from a flank as well.
One enemy remaining.
And Net's just here.
Net
he stays from
absolutely
me.
just
Gotcha.
here, as he just causes the chaos for the team to push on
And the
through.
guard at
And
11.
Trent will collect the kill in the 1v1. Health was low on
Dude,
both
this
ends.
is just too easy.
But Trent lives up to his name as a clutch master here for the guard. And the 11th has been picked up. That pistol round, that very important pistol round, has now turned into a very important force for OR Esports.
Yeah. Trent in that round just handling it to perfection. Getting one, backing up. Doesn't get stunned with the paint shells. I mean, everything working out for the player here. As like you said, that force is gonna be everything for OR. It's a risky one, especially when you want to commit to this kind of aggression. Soldiers no longer here, no longer in the lobby. Tex gonna handle it, and after that, immediately a wall. I mean, that push already so well slowed down.
And is that for real? Right? That your thought at the start
Yeah,
of the round.
right,
Is
Ogie?
that really how
For real,
this
though.
round starts for OR Esports? Again, they just cannot catch a break. Zeldris wants to go aggressive, and Tex is just a crazy person finding that kill and a 1-for-2 trade when you're down 11-2. That just feels awful. There's a lot of time left.
Yeah.
A teleporter still available. OR Esports in the trenches, Nilly in the trenches. Beautiful paint shells. The util, it just keeps getting better.
Yeah, it just gets better and better somehow for the guard, for Trent. 'Cause now, they know exactly where the last two players of OR Esports are gonna be located. And they can't push forward.
There.
Can't get too much done here.
One enemy remaining.
It's kind of crazy to think that
Enemy remaining.
it's only 9 o'clock.
I mean,
like
what
this
is it?
last
He makes it
game,
look doable.
like this last
One pick away. He's gonna have
matchup
the ultimate
flew
after
by.
he plants here. So all said and done, the guard maybe not showing enough
We started
respect.
like close to 8.
No
right?
way. The backstab. Jonah 6 was spotted
Oh.
by Jonah P, who is quite a bit healthier. Flash to work with, though. Jonah 6, and again, the ultimate right behind it. We'll see if he chooses to invest. Jonah P just playing time so perfectly.
No.
Unfortunately, the Phantom penetrates just a bit better than the Spectre. Jonah 6 did not have the weaponry for that duel, and the guard will find their 12th.
And it gets closed right at the end, right? It seems like that was not even going to be the case, and the guard expected to take care of those duels a little bit faster than they did. With the Spectres especially, but it doesn't even matter at the end, those 1v1s, and this is what I mean, right? When it comes down to those duels, for this matchup specifically, it just seems like the guard is on top of the game in every way that you can imagine.
Yeah.
One more round here. Serious point to close it out. In a 2-0 fashion for the guard. Potentially even a better score than they did in Pearl.
Got your trail.
Okay, that's the start that the guard
They're
are hoping to
they're
find. Or
defeated
not the
at
guard,
this
excuse me,
point.
OR Esports, right? Get Zeldris in there, allow him to find a kill, and they've done so. That is traded at the end of the day as Jonah 6 gets a little too aggressive up atop the box, and Trent will deal with that aggression. Says anger management for you, and I will be your counselor as the next one falls. No flashes available, but the B site, this has been assumed. The guard bid on this flank, or on this fake, excuse me.
A little bit of noise, a little bit of aggression on the A side, and in the meantime, though, the problem is in numbers. There's a showstopper available for Trent to work into this retake, and all those retakes for them have been working out in ways that they couldn't seem possible. And Trent getting an opener, that should be it for OR.
It is the firing squad here on the other side, though. The boombox came out, but there's just no music behind it. Nilly gonna get 2 kills of his own as Valen tries to hang on, running out of time. Lear on the opposite side of the wall. Is he expecting this? No, he wasn't. Lear on
OR
the
gets
angle a bit better,
around,
and OR
prolongs the
Esports,
inevitable.
They get to try again.
Inevitable.
And in another 1v1 for OR to stay alive on this series, on this map a little bit longer. This is good though. Good chance for them. Rifles, attacking side, and a little bit more of a proactive position where they want to put soldiers in. We've seen it now for a couple rounds. The double satchel into showers, the double satchel into hookah. They're attempting these different aggressive setups. And it's just attempting to get that +1. As we see more of them.
Nice little turn.
Bomb buddy out.
I had a bad feeling about this round. This is one of those rounds where the guard just do something crazy. They snap, and they end up winning it, but Nilly helps soothe my mind. He soothes my thoughts. But Trent eventually able to capitalize. No way. A 2 for 2 overall. Net comes back with another one. Zeldris here to protect the weapon zone, and Net has his knife out. So it's a Sheriff and a Marshal. The classic pushes on through, not even the Marshal. Jonah P didn't feel good with the scope.
Come on,
rifle.
Tex. With the Sheriff.
1 pip away. 1 kill away from
though.
the resurrection, but he'll find it in Way of Death. And OR Esports put another on the board.
TSM partnered with Jersey
rounds
Mike's,
for OR,
huh?
but still, match point, series point for the guard. Into what was a very, very scary eco round coming through. Trent managing to get 2. And a couple more that get traded. Still, it is... I feel like... the one scary scenario, right? Trying to reset, trying to take it round by round. With 2 ultimates more. 1 more ultimate at least potentially available. If they're able to fight for this orb. And Trent doesn't want to let that happen.
Ooh, I'm actually surprised he backs off from that, right? Still having the paint
Yeah.
shells. You can play relatively safe in just throwing the paint shells on whoever wants to try and
First
grab the
round of
sword.
rifles here for the
Yeah,
guard.
he's playing super far back.
No, it's not.
I guess to that point, right? This is how you deal with the showstopper. Just stay away from it. So they give up all the space. They'll actually allow OR Esports to push onto this side, especially with that pit down. That pit has done so much in buying rotations over. It does
Hit
look
him
like
with the
OR Esports
stimmy. There we go. They're
wanna hit
mobbing
his
up.
sight still.
Holy
Wall
shit.
inside Hookah makes that ultimate, and the Seekers get a little weird. Here comes the showstopper, though, deep into the back sight, and nobody pipes. So nobody damaged theirs. As one singular
Orbital
Seeker
strike.
makes its way onto the sights. Orbital Strike available, not quite used just yet. As Net finds a kill onto Zeldris. Trent finds 2 of his own. And there's that Orbital Strike that you mentioned. Now Flash on the backside. As VNS just
5v2
wanted to try
here.
and play post-plant, but he's already used the Incendiary to keep the flank at bay. Now Nilly tries to stay alive inside the pit. Unfortunately, he's dealt with, and that'll do it. The guard do guard things. And they slam this one shut. There is no page in this guard book of OR Esports. Scribbled out, X'd out, and Investor flawless to close out the series
All right,
in
chat.
dominant fashion.
We're gonna go ahead and get up on out of here,
A
man. I know they do like a
13-3
post
and
show and all that.
13-4 for the guard TJ to
I'm gonna be
close
honest.
it out.
I was like working all day on a video. Well, not all day on my video, but I worked on a video quite a bit, pretty much up until I had to go pick up Little Man. Started technically late, so I was getting everything done as far as for the YouTube video I uploaded earlier. So I'm gonna go get horizontal. Go relax. I haven't had a chance to check out the new video that we dropped today. Covering some of the changes and stuff like that. Moon will love it. Because I'm pushing the Catalyst meta. Yeah, man. Appreciate y'all coming through, hanging out with your boy, vibing. Like I said, we'll be live again tomorrow. 4 p.m. Tomorrow we have Disguise versus Mad Lions and M80 versus TSM. Yeah, TSM. Yeah. So those are 2 games tomorrow. I don't know if I'm gonna have a video dropping tomorrow yet. Probably. I should. I just don't know what yet. We'll see. I don't know about all that. I'm tired, man. But yeah, do me a favor, check out the video if you can when we get up out of here. You know, do the YouTube things. Oh, keep an eye on shorts, man. I got shorts still planned out the next couple days. I'm gonna be editing some shorts probably tomorrow after I figure out what short form or what like long or short long form content I do tomorrow. You know, busy on the grind. But if y'all can keep an eye out on the shorts when y'all see them, you know, also do the YouTube tings on them. But yeah. Oh, also, if we have anybody that's hanging in here, isn't in the Discord, feel free to come kick it with your boy over there. Well, best place to keep up with your boy outside of stream. You know, we got memes. We talk sports from time to time. Call each other names, stuff like that. It's a blast. Anyways, man, so we catch y'all back over here for the next one. Don't forget, with everything crazy going on in the world today, be true, be you, be sincere, game hard and love hard. All right, y'all. It's your boy Q, signing out. Have a good night, Dougie. Appreciate you hanging, fam.